And of course, somehow, it's gotta be in the area I haven't even explored yet. I'm a bit more behind on the desert area than I thought I was. Ooh, coffee. When did that appear? And since this is going to be for events, I should probably not be running my friendship team. And
休养生息，闲人勿扰。
Guess who didn't realize she was muted for the last few minutes? Really shouldn't be surprising. So much. Wow. That did more damage than I expected. Wait, the waypoint's a quest? We passed this way a moment ago. Paimon heard some kind of bonka-donk noise. Could there be a treasure buried? It would be a shame if we missed out on it. What counts as bonka-donk? Is that still part of the prerequisite quest? Search for the strange object. Navigate, please. Look around in the area. Okay, so it's supposed to be... Found it, found it! Paimon wonders what it is. A mysterious drum. This one has cryo markings on it. Come on. That's no treasure, it's just an old tattered drum. We don't know what it could be used for either. Give it to Ito. If we brought it to the origin, the antique seller, brought it back to the academia, let's say we brought this back to the Grand Bazaar. Antiques. Despite its rather shabby appearance, it might still be a valuable antique. Might be able to sell it. Hold on, there's a note on the other side. Might be clues. Nameless adventurer's notes. This This time, I've been commissioned to try to find a local order and obtain information about something known as the sign of Apalsha. I must say that remuneration. Ah. Web browser, what are you doing? Something, and I'm not sure what. Let's make OBS just a little bit bigger, so I don't have to look at whatever the flashing thing in the corner of my eye is. Was it Discord? It was not Discord. Normal Twitch then, maybe? Put to the front. Raise it. Just so I can see the people I'm following. Remuneration. Seems quite outsized when compared to the mission content. I hope I won't get caught up in any trouble. I reached the entrance of the Tamir Mountains with help from the Aramite mercenary, but he refused to continue onward, saying that this was the border of a war. Must be some sort of desert dweller superstition. Contrary to what I was told, it seems like the Nagarjanites are not very friendly to outsiders. Looks like I'll have to try infiltrating the ranks. I finally managed to make it out. Thankfully, these people are pretty civilized, so I managed to get away with my life. As I thought, these high reward commissions always have something fishy going on. Looks like an adventurer's work doesn't suit people who just want to earn some quick mora. I'll just leave this drum here. Maybe someone will pick it up. That way, I guess I won't totally disappoint Miss Catherine. The Paimonsi. This seems to be left by an adventurer. The sign of Apalsha. Paimon's not super sure what this guy's talking about. But he sure is irresponsible, leaving a commission unfinished just because it's hard. I mean, Paimon, not everyone's us. And now I have a bottle of soda. But since this is how things are, let's hand the drum over to Catherine and let her reassign someone to complete whatever commission this was. The splendorous sky that day. New. Hello there, Clover. How are your recent travels? Quite well, thank you. I heard about your previous adventures. It seems that you've become very experienced. As long as you keep going, I believe that there will only be a matter of time before you become a truly great adventurer. Why does this sort of act like I've not done a ton of things for the Adventurers Guild? Speaking of adventures, we found this one on one of ours. It was left by some irresponsible adventurer. We thought it'd be bad if the commission he took never got resolved, so we brought it back here. Indeed, this item is key to a particular commission. Thank you very much. This commission linked to this drum is a very important one from the Academia and is also critical to the expansion of our operations. Unfortunately, though we are previously given this commission to various talented adventurers, they've all invariably failed. A commission from the Academia. That's important to expansion. But the way they said that sounded like it was important to the Adventurers Guild expansion, not just the Academia. Well, this is an issue that even the Academia cannot solve, so we did expect a relatively high failure rate. Actually, Mama's kind of curious now. What sort of commission is this anyway? Simply put, a recent star observation by researchers from the Academia led to the discovery that the northern skies have become blocked by a strange, heretofore unseen phenomena. Concerned that this would have a great impact on the accuracy of any astrological calculations, the Academia immediately put people together to investigate. This resulted in them delving into ancient records, within which they found a mention of a strange phenomenon known as the sign of Apalsha, which bears strong similarities to recent occurrence. According to these records, the celestial sign appeared after the disaster that engulfed most of Tevat 500 years ago. Lovely! Although the Wait. It wouldn't have been us, would it? Although the circumstances of its eventual disappearance are unclear, its position has been determined to be near Tamir Mountains, at the northernmost regions of the desert. However, that area has only been sparsely populated. Even when the ancient desert realms were at their peak, they did not extend that far. And after the cataclysm 500 years ago, that place was one of the worst areas affected by the encroaching abyss, due to its being connected to an ancient underground realm. Since then, it's been declared a restricted zone by the Academia. The only people who still live there are the mysterious Darshan known by the Academia as the Narjan... I'm not pronouncing that. I will get it wrong. A mysterious Darshan, you say? If they're even calling it mysterious, Catherine, it's got to be something super mysterious. Though they seem like legends to the average person, they were once a Darshan of the Academy, albeit one that split off 500 years ago. Then, the researchers who wished to fight the monsters from the abyss banded together and traveled to the depths of the desert, and the Nagarjunites... I am absolutely certain I'm pronouncing that wrong. Nagarjunites are an organization comprised of the people who stayed there in the end. That said, it's been many years since, and they have branched off further and further from the Academia. They even seem to have developed their own academic traditions. And 500 years is a long time. It seems that they also worship a form of energy known as Govarena. This energy communicates with them in the form of spirits. Well, I feel that I'm going off topic now. The Academia believes that this faction is strongly related to this celestial sign. However, they haven't been able to establish contact with this group, and as such, have commissioned the guild to assist in their investigations. Well, this is a win-win situation for us as well. Ruins related to Conria are located nearby, but exploration in that area has been declared taboo by the Academia until now. If this commission is a success, perhaps we'll be able to participate in future expeditions to those ruins. Since you've heard of me say this much, why don't you take this commission on? You're just finding someone to step up to the plate, huh? Well, since Conry is involved. So after all of that, it sounds like we just need to look for these what-if-rights, right? Sounds like it'll be pretty easy. And we'll get some more from the Academia too. Yes, that drum you picked up was originally given to us by the Academia to be used as a token of good faith in our dealings with them. Just give it to the organization's leader. It stands to reason that they will have some way to solve this problem. I'll be leaving this task in your hands then. I've marked the rough position of the Tamir Mountains for you. Ad Astra Abasask, traveler. May you inscribe a new legend in the desert sands. Kavarana of Good and Evil. Now can I do the event? Still no. Okay, I am. Further behind than I thought. Doesn't look like I'm going to be able to just skip potential story stuff and go straight to the questies. Unless this... Nope. Can hunt for Draculus later. You can follow the Sealy later. Must be the sign of aphasia, huh? Oh, that's kind of interesting looking. Let's eat some food for running. Minty meat. You? What are you? Not aggro. Okay. Potential waypoint. zoom, zoom. Molten Iron Fortress. Okay, that sounds unpleasant. Really? Nymph Stream. Well, it has been a while since I've played the events then. Let's go get the language options. Language. Some language will only be displayed when the game is restarted. Yes, yes. Basically the traveler's language.
Following orders. The wind knows me.
Allow me. No touching.
Still not wishing, still not wishing. Well, we're finally at the place Catherine mentioned. Strange crystals. You call these crystals? Are they shiny? Do they have material I can steal?
We're way behind schedule.
I don't think they look that shiny. Ooh, but that is shiny. Hello. Can I has?
Stabilize.
I can has. Jashira. Jashirite. Hello, mysterious person. Who are you? You don't look like tribespeople of the desert, more like adventurers from a faraway land. Exactly. But no matter who you are, this is as far as you'll get. Please go back. We are here to resolve the issue regarding the sign of aphasia. How did you know the name? We're adventurers who have an organization at our backs. Catherine of the Adventurers Guild told us, of course. Since you know the sign of aphasia, you must have heard of us. Order of Skeptics, right? Shamania. This desert passes point is a restricted zone under our guard. As a ranger of the Order of Skeptics, we cannot let you pass, no matter what reason you may have. Ranger? My apologies, I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Piro, a member of the Order of Skeptics in charge of guarding this place. Order of Skeptics? Piro remembers that Catherine told us to look for... Najar... Paimon, that's even worse than my pronunciations. Looks like Pyro isn't the one we're looking for. Najarnites. It's just a derogatory name that those guys from the rainforest have for us. Lord Nagaruna is a hero who fought against the Dev, alongside the Divine Bird's heirs. He gained divine power through the rite of Shinvat and put an end to the calamity. How dare they call such a great hero our first leader by his given name? Wait, why am I telling you this? Are you two spies? We're here because we accepted a commission from the Academia. We're here to take care of a problem. So you're the Academia's henchmen. We tried our best to keep a low profile, but still, you managed to find our trail. Low profile? Your camp was just right out in the open, dude. Still, I believe that the Academia was full of cowards who would never dare to set foot into the desert. I won't lie, you've impressed me. Paimon didn't expect you to have such a strong opinion about the Academia. Of course. Lord Nasuriah... Nasuriah has said that we wouldn't have been reduced to this state if it weren't for them. Wait, so are you here to gather intelligence after all? Ugh, I've revealed more than I should. Anyway, please leave. If this conversation continues, as willing as I might be to do so, I would have to end you. What? You're the one who couldn't resist blabbing. Why are you putting the blame on us? Also, there's no need to be brash. All right. Show him the token Catherine gave us. He'll know what's going on once he sees it. Token? Better not be some trick. Ah, ta-da! What is a shabby drum? You call this a token? Eh? Did Catherine mix things up? You don't think you can bribe me with such a small thing, do you? Leave me now or things will get nasty. Bribe me with such a small thing. So he's implying we can bribe him with a big thing. Don't underestimate us skeptics. Bring it on.
Gather.
Rust and Rebit, born of ice and frost.
One with nature. Sha!
Cease, I say. You are so cute. Lady Sorish, why did you? You didn't have to attend to such trivial matters personally, let alone in front of the outsiders. We pari appear before whoever we wish, and our volition is not for you mere mortals to question. How dare you overstep your bounds? Ooh. Sassy. This little thing is about Paimon's size, and the way she talks is kind of funny. Why is Pyra calling her lady in that reverent tone? Your sins will be judged, but the time for that has yet to come. The two of you over there, as envoys of the Academia, it is only polite to state your names first, no? Yeah, we should have introduced ourselves first, but that high and mighty attitude of yours is... My words and actions are not contrary to traditions and principles of the Pari. The same cannot be said for your nameless persons. Fine, we're not nameless. Paimon's Paimon, and she's Clover. We're adventurers who came here on a commission. I'm the one who's an adventurer. Hey, we adventure together all the time. I need only know your names. Your other trivialities do not concern me. However, as for that drum, that item has a profound connection with us Pari, and it's not something that you mortals should possess. I command you to present it to me immediately. No way. At least sound nicer about it if you're asking someone for a favor. Besides, this item is important to our commission. We're to hand it to the leader of this order of yours. This is probably the leader of the order. If we give it to you and fail to complete the commission because of that, not only might we lose our reward, we might even have to pay more to the Adventurers Guild. It's a huge loss. Reward? More, huh? To think you would risk your lives in a place fraught with peril for such frivolous reasons. You know nothing of what transpires here. One mistake would send your race tumbling into an eternal samsara, and yet you commit deeds that are beyond even our comprehension. You humans are such interesting beings. No matter. I shall bring you to the leader you speak of. The item would remain worthy tribute even if you should only present it to me after that meeting. What? Okay, that's working. That's more like it. Wait, that's still not right. We still have to deal with that huge hole in the sky, and if we don't... Huge hole? You refer to the son of Aphasia, then? And you wish to quell this calamity with mere mortar coils? Huh, how presumptuous. It is the duty of us Pari to eradicate the son of Aphasia, an endeavor that I, Sordish, shall give all my all to accomplish. To quell this calamity, I must follow in the footsteps of the divine bird Simurg, and sacrifice everything that one might call Sordish. To stand in my way is not a sin that one such as you may bear. Why is that name familiar? Foolish beings, have you not heard of the divine bird Simurg? She is the master of Kavarana who once saved the land from destruction. Legend has it that it was she who split it into infinite motes of Kavarana after her sacrifice was quelling the catastrophe. I mean, you are a tiny little spirit. Sure, but Paimon doesn't think we'll need you to sacrifice yourself. In any case, this matter is far beyond your capabilities, and your intervention is futile. All you must do is bear silent witness while I transcend. You shall receive remuneration from this guild of yours so long as the calamity is quelled, will you not? And I really don't like saying that word. Still, do not forget to extol my virtues and laud my accomplishments. After all, even the greatest heroes shall require mere mortals like you to sing of their deeds. But Lady Source, The leader has instructed us to forbid suspicious individuals from interfering before the ritual is completed. I have decided, and as a pari, my word is law. All right, follow me. I shall take you to the leader you speak of. Checking, okay. Caught up to everything there. But gird yourself all the same. That which lies ahead is not a place that human beings can easily set foot in. If you get lost or end up being eaten by some monsters appearing out of nowhere, there shall be nothing I can do for you. And this is why we have Zhongli. Paimon's even out. Paimon, stop talking so fast. I wonder if she'll wait for me if I activate that. More crystals. I will have to come back for that. The path ahead has been opened. Ooh. I mean, I appreciate the platforms, but I can float perfectly well. Giant turtle.
Solidify.
Allow me.
No. Swap to the correct character, please. Thank you.
Stabilize.
I swear I remember how to play Genshin. I've been doing my dailies every day. What do you mean by dev? Aren't these just abyss mages and Haley trolls? To think you would be so easily defeat the rampaging dev. Your strength is most radiant indeed. Consider me impressed. Though there is still quite the gap between you and us Pari, the sight of you fighting valiantly reminds me of those humans of legends who once fought alongside us. I have decided then, you shall have the honor of being my Yasnapati. Paimon doesn't understand what that is, but coming from you, it can't be anything good, really. Come on. Do you not have such things amongst humans? Strategists, scribes, the like? Those who exist to praise the heroes whose stories they exist in? Neither of their jobs are what you just described. No matter how great the hero, their great deeds must be recorded and sung of by others. If not, the same fate that befell ancient heroes shall befall them also. Though they may have loved violence and conflict, great deeds are still great deeds, and they deserve to be remembered. Alas, those who loved conflict would be consumed by it, and once they have slain each other, they were all lost. And because there were no authors or poets to tell of their deeds, once all those who lived in such times are gone, their works forgotten to the last, I will not be like them. My great work shall shine gloriously, that the world itself will suffer great loss to not know of it. Thus I shall now give you permission to record those deeds. Rejoice and give thanks, for is this not a grace few receive from us Pari? This all sounds very complicated, but basically you just need someone to tell how awesome you are, right? Sounds good. Hey, what are you talking about? Paimon doesn't consent to this. Well, you're quite upright, aren't you? As I would expect of someone I have my eye on. Whatever the case, it has been decided. Fret not. You shall be free to do as you please once I have sacrificed myself to restore the pure skies. Till then, you shall witness my valiant form. Well, sure, even if Paimon can't see it. I mean, at least they're straight up telling you not to get attached. Ooh. Morning flowers? Turtle? Oh, turtle is cute. Rocks that look like they have electro in them. The path here is now dotted with gray crystals. When I last left it, it was not yet so. Gray crystals? You mean the crystals we're seeing everywhere? Paimon's had our eye on them for a while now. What are they? Great crystals are remnants of the Black Fire's embers, proof that this land has suffered great calamity. Indeed, I'm sure you've heard of the great catastrophe struck long ago, where dark fire rose from beneath the earth and scorched the land. The dark fire opened a bottomless hollow in this land, and the demons of Dev that crawled through that gap nearly turned this into a lightless realm. Though the gap was blocked by the great tree, the dark fire's filth spread like seeds, and the countless dark and powerful painful memories released by that corruption began to lay down roots and sprout. This persisted till the honored lord of Kavarana, the divine Verg Simmerg, drank the primordial water left behind by our god, before transforming herself into Kavarana of all kinds and scattering across the land. From that day on, the Kavarana have taken the divine bird's place in defending this land, and those painful memories that leaked out have been sealed by Kavarana. What was left are those ubiquitous gray crystals, though they seem no different from any other stone. They may contain objects that are yet to be purified. The great crystals in the area have increased of late. I suspect that this must have something to do with the sign of Apalja's dark power. I wonder how long her animation will just keep going. Too impatient, though. But if we use Kavarana's might, we can get rid of the crystals. If my senses do not deceive me, a wandering Kavarana should be nearby. Let us look around. Use the power to destroy. Great crystals are crystals left behind by remnants of corruption. Use the power of Kavarana. But once said power retreats, the great crystals will re-emerge. Great crystals are crystals left behind by the remnants of corruption. Use power. Doesn't that say exactly the same thing? Oh, it does. It just shows us a different picture. Oh. Shining in the mire. Well then, I did not misspeak, did I? The Kavarana ward the great earth. And... okay, we go. Treasure hunters, this place is dangerous. You should reconsider your life choices. Hi, Shakabi! I'm doing pretty good at the moment. I'm just getting caught up on Genshin quests. Because it goes away in like 3 days. And I've completely neglected doing any of them until now.
Perhaps whoever left these behind was also fulfilling a contract.
How are you doing today? Okay, nope. Do the quest. Unless the quest is actually leading me upwards. Yes. Going back to Genshin. I want all the rewards. Doing fine, no problem. I'm glad to hear that. Okay. They're like, take the speedy route. Give me... I see icons on the map that I have never seen before.
Unsolicited, and all the more valuable for it.
Can we go see what that is? Statue of the Seven. don't know. Guess I can go get the map. Yeah. I mean, I knew I was behind on this area of the game because I haven't done, except for unlocking the teleport areas, I hadn't really done much of any of this. I didn't realize there was like a whole another area I hadn't touched. It's like, whoops. Area looks like a volcano place. Or is desert? This is a desert area. So from about here, if you don't really carve it in a straight line, but about here, where the swirly thing, to the left of this swirly area, all the way over here is just the whole Sumeru region. And it's like half rainforest, half desert. At this point, I think the desert might be bigger. And this is just what's on the surface. The desert area has a crap ton of things below surface. Reminds me of Black Desert Online, half map forest, half desert. Suddenly. I've never played Black Desert Online. I see cutscenes for it occasionally. It has taken much work on my part. The analysis of documents regarding the rite of Chinvat will soon be complete. Someone who actually dressed up like a proper scholar. And yet, they haven't been to the academia in 500 years. According to my research, we need only collect all of the great songs of Kavarana next, and your great work may then be completed. Wait a moment, you two. Do not fret. They are Clover and Paimon, my newly chosen Yasnapati, and her companion. They are here to witness my great work. Ooh, by the way, I'm so hyped for the Fisherman's Coming scene. Yes! I saw that too! Hee. The beach will be open. I'm wondering just how complicated the mechanics for the fishermen are going to be. A Yasnapati, you say? Though I will not question your most astute judgment, I fear that allowing ignorant outsiders into this land before the rite of Chinvat is complete may have untoward effects. Know that the people of the academia surely do not desire the rite's completion. Speak no further, I have my reasons for this. Well then, take that drum for... I'm just really hoping that the bosses for the zone aren't just upgraded versions of things from the forest and grasslands, that the beach is going to have its own unique monsters and bosses. An important catalyst for the ritual needed to forge connection between ourselves and the Pari. More grinding, but they did say that beach area is specifically for boat upgrade only in town. Ooh. Was it boat? I don't know. I'd have to go back over the tweet, I think, but I didn't open the game for quite a while. Oh, he has a fisherman's hut, and there is a boat, a broken boat connected to it, but I don't know if you're going to be able to do anything with the boat. Coffee. Okay, I will mute it next time. Maybe Get a Fate will also be with me and I lead the Order of Skeptics to throw the Academia and burn their House of Dana, or whatever they call it, to the ground. We're good at the face will allow me. Dude. I mean, yes, I've wanted to burn the Academia to the ground myself, but... Wow, what a way to casually paint yourself as a villain, huh? Villain? The Academia are the true villains here. I have no doubt of that. I forgot my introductions. I'm Nestuna. I'm just going to go with Leader of the Order of Skeptics, because I cannot pronounce that. We who cultivate ourselves here, you would use the terminology of the Academia, I would be the equivalent of a sage. But I doubt those pampered folk care much for what we at the margins call ourselves. We don't look much like those Academia might send. We're just passing adventurers. We did take a commission from them. So you are of them after all, but it matters not. Even if the entire Core 30 were to be sent here, my plans would not be halted. Well, whatever your plans are, we didn't come here to stop him. Ha, so they would all say, those treacherous louts of the Academia, and when my guard is down, he would stab me in the back. Just like those people in funny masks who try to skulk about and steal our academic tomes. They even dared attack our honored convoy from Kavarana. And they met defeat by my hands, each one of them. I'm guessing those were the Fatui. The Fatui? I know not of what you speak, but they were city folk, so I doubt the Academia would be far behind in the shadows. Just hope that they didn't make the fisherman mechanics like swinging around. Oh. If they did, I will only play it on easy. I'm done with swings. Yeah. Because you'd have to aim the fishing rod if you did that. And that just sounds horribly complicated. I mean, I'll give it a try at least once, right? New character, new zone. Sounds like quite the disagreement. Catherine said you have your differences, but it looks like Palm and you skeptics really hate the Academia. Yeah, gotta try. Cheese. When I was young, I went there to learn in an attempt to mend our differences, but they treated me like an outsider. Oh, I guess that's why he's dressed like them. Though they feign politeness by calling us a branch of the Academia, this is not, but it means to belittle us. It is said our predecessor had a clash of ideals with them, and so chose to go into the desert to stand against the darkness themselves. From that day on, we have been holding firm in the war against defilement, to defending our land, and what have those useless louses been doing in the meantime? Compared to those pampered pedants, we who combine thought, word, and deed are far better to deserve honor for our wisdom. Perman doesn't quite get it. You need only understand that conflict is the true nature of this world. Kavarana and impurity, Dari and the true way. It is these struggles for supremacy that have kept this world alive, just as surely as the sky does. Those sophists and their fancy darshans believe that the fates are all inscribed in the skies, and that this is the supreme wisdom and truth. But look, the sky reflects defilement itself. Surely their truth, then, is an imperfect thing. That logic seems a tad messy. Think it thus? Then we might yet be friends. If time permits, we may discuss this issue in more detail. Nasura, and all these names. Have you not seen how the great crystals hem us in more tightly? If we do not extinguish it soon, things shall go most perilous indeed. Right, that's right. We were tasked to fix this whole thing, but after all this talking, we still don't know what it's supposed to be. So I'm thinking they will open up the beach area, then we'll have to go in and rescue the fisherman. It seems unlikely that he'll just appear. And if we don't have to rescue him, maybe fix his hut up and then he'll like come in on a boat or something. Probably like Axel and Agriana. Axel's fine. I hope it's not like Agriana. I don't want to fight more mimics. Agriana rescue's a bit weird. Yes, it is. Those mimics were hard. The water's reflection, while an illusion, nonetheless hides the truth within itself. It is with the skies. It is like a mirage, if you have seen this before. That big hole up there is way spookier than any mirage. Well, it should be, for that celestial sign reflects an otherworldly hellscape. Long, long ago, Conneria once built a facility here that connected them to realms beyond. During the Great Disaster, which they say the Conneria started, monsters swarmed from that very facility into the nations of the world. The monsters tore open a great rift that came to be called the Tunigi Hollow, and though they were sealed away with the new vein of the ancient tree, this mysterious sign appeared along with that. What the sign reflects is that which lies beyond the dark rift, and though the monsters cannot enter Tavat through that illusion, it nonetheless radiates corrupt energy. They say that our very first leader extinguished that sign, together with the Pari, but the power and purity that has strengthened over time and the ancient symbol has appeared once more. And should we leave it be, who knows? That hollow may truly re-emerge one day, and the ancient war will be reenacted. In truth, it might be interesting to live in such exciting times. What? No, that wouldn't be interesting at all. I mean, how much treasure would we get out of that? Have you seen the meme? Every masterpiece has its own cheap version, puts Genshin Impact on Masterpiece, and Tears of the Kingdom on the cheap version. Way to make fandoms fight. I have not. That's kind of mean. I mean, they both have mechanics that the other doesn't. Yeah, they're not the same at all. I mean, superficial similarities. You've got a blonde, silent protagonist, right? It's open world. The graphic styles are kind of similar. At least in the way the land itself looks. As heirs to the divine birds, having the problem is part of we Pari. Yeah, very superficial. But people like comparing things that are even slightly similar. And then they added the Aranara, and people started referring to them as like the Koroks. Except that, there's a lot less of them. That's so haphazard. The sacrifice you're talking about doesn't sound like a small thing. Why aren't we thinking of other ways? I'm not sure there's got to be some alternative, right? It's always been this way, hasn't it? I'm very good at my job after all. I already said you do not need to interfere. Simply witness my sacrifice shall suffice. It is something worth celebrating, and we Pari should sacrifice our lives to purify the earth. Well, you say that, but I would ask you to keep a respectful distance from that which you do not comprehend, outsiders. But since this is the case, well, I was planning on investigating the Tunigi Hollow to make sure the preparations are underway. I see it on YouTube community posts. No way to find it because channel that I haven't subs. Oh well. Yeah, that's fine. I mean, I love Genshin. I love, I want to say I love Tears of the Kingdom, but I haven't played a whole lot of it. The one before that. Breath of the Wild. I love Breath of the Wild. But I didn't really spend that time to 100% it because Nintendo doesn't really give you rewards for doing that. And collecting all the Korok seeds was just exhausting after a while. Sorish, Bloomguard of the Pari. Pari are mysterious creatures and the Bloomguard of her race. Sorish can replace your characters to fly and move. When Sorish is in flight, your character will stay in place to await her return. While in flight, she can ascend or descend and use Accelerate skill to increase her flight speed. Cannot go too far from your character though. A Bloomguard should never abandon others after all. Sorish can call upon special energies within items around which mysterious mayflies dance. Those are the golden things. Hold her interact skill to cause her to stop and continuously channel Kavarana's might. During this time, you can control your character freely. As a Pari, Sorish can perceive some things beyond normal human sight. Equip. Let's see, is it up there? Oh, this is going to be a little confusing to navigate, isn't it? Okay, we'll just focus on the quest and not on exploration. Except that does look really cool. I hope we get to keep the little friend and not just have her disappear. Super huge crystal all over the place, even bigger than the ones we saw before. They look scarier too. Inventory looks exactly the same as Starwell. Yes, it probably should. There was once a huge tree used to seal and subdue creatures of the dark. The fire of defilement has corrupted them, warping them into such forms as you see now. I thought those were just fossilized trees. Since the monsters have been sealed, it doesn't look like anyone needs to sacrifice themselves again. That is why we must use the power of Kavarana to reopen the way. Hey, wouldn't that just release the monsters again? They took so much effort to seal too. No, I mean we must open the path to the sign of a pup. To the thing in the sky. That way, the rift in the earth was sealed long ago. It can never lead to the true darkness again. But that is exactly why the sealed rift does indeed connect to the illusion of the abyss. We need only use the great song of Kavarana to stabilize the seal before initiating the rite of Chinvat to pass through the darkness to reach the sign. Mightiest manifestations of Kavarana scattered throughout the world. We can use the great songs to initiate. After that, open the path of darkness just as legend holds that the first people did. Well, all well and good, but how do we do once we reach that side? I do not know what happens after that. I have encountered legends that are... I believe that Kavarana's envoys will have some way. Since they can purify the defiling impurities, they can also have some way of extinguish the sign. Does Torish not say she wishes to imitate the sacrifice of Simurgh? The world is built upon conflict and sacrifice, after all. That's what she says, sure, but that's way too irresponsible of you. Oh, don't fret. Before the necessity of any sacrifice can be ascertained, we must still bring the great songs of Kavara together. At that moment, we have yet to make even a first step forward. So it's the guy who's been talking this whole time. I'm on! Basically, only the Pari who have been chosen as a Bloomguard can touch the great songs. But our current envoy has yet to obtain that right. Oh, look at her drooping like that. Is that so? For all that bluster, you really aren't all that, huh? You dare speak to me like that, pale flirter. Well, Paimon isn't a pale floater. Only by obtaining the twin horn chaplet may she become a plume guard, by being able to gather the power of Kavarhana. As such, she must first be acknowledged by Lady Zervan, the first Pari. She's a mighty Pari who once fought alongside our ancestors. It is said even that she... They're friends. Known them 5 minutes and already friendly bickering. Yep. But that other as ours is utterly unreasonable. She refuses to acknowledge my dearest desire. I'm afraid there's nothing I can do about that. I'm thinking the elder doesn't want you to sacrifice yourself, little one. Still, even without the twin horn chaplet, my sacrifice will suffice to accomplish this deed. Of course, I don't intend to doubt your desire. But if you're unable to perform the rite and pass through the dark hollow, your wish will not be fulfilled. However, I do have a suggestion. Yes? And why aren't you going? You're enjoying this, aren't you? Yeah, sometimes I wish I could skip cutscenes. As for the Kori drum you brought, I believe I may now form a connection with the Pari who sleep at present once more. Their awakening is necessary for the rites. Regardless, I leave the matter of the twin horn chaplet to you two. So, can't we just go kill one of those things for her? Okay, inventory. Weapons, artifacts, character upgrade materials. Specialized refinement material for mailed flower. I have no idea what that's from. Food, crafting materials, and gadgets, which includes pets. I tried 20 minutes till dawn on PC and like, wow, there are so many new updates. That implies it's on somewhere other than PC? Because I've only seen it on Steam. I have a lot of wishes saved up. Okay, face the direction. Let's follow the road. So I can hit the waypoints along the way. Or I guess I could just beeline straight for the quest. But I'd like to be able to navigate. Because before I only played on mobile, like there's new map and character, the shield skills and spear and dodge. Oh! I didn't know there was a mobile version. I've only seen it on Steam. Big sparkly crystal things. Neroda fruit are born by special plants that have been nourished by Amrita, and their juices contain some mysterious power. They didn't implement new updates on the mobile version yet. No idea why. Play with Sorish. Throw them. Using their power to stand against impurities. As they contain Amrita, then fruit juices can melt through special crystals created by solidified Amrita. Okay, if I can't just blow those up and take rewards, I'm gonna move on to the next thing. Do you know whether or not the game started for mobile or if it started on PC? Because usually if they start on one, that's the platform they prioritize for updates. Who's throwing launch? Okay. Missiles.
Stabilize.
I don't know which one they start with first. Okay. But the game UI looks very specifically for mobile game. Really?
Perhaps whoever left these behind
Because of the auto aim.
was fulfilling a contract.
Oh, right, auto aim. I activated that by accident. And it took a while to figure out how to turn it off. I didn't realize what I'd done. I was very confused. I still need to make a thumbnail and put that episode up for Monday, but... Exploration knowledge. These tree vines have been ensnared with scattered kawarana. Use the power to extract the energy and channel it into the vines. For some tree vines, this affected by crystals. Acquire additional... I am not going to remember all of this until I practice it. But, oh well. Whose descendant are you? What's your name? Can I go down? Left control. Left control? Oh, that's awkward. Treasure! Yeah, that's cute to get treasure, but that was really awkward. And that looks like a monster that got frozen in time? I'll just eat my dinner while I hear your voice. Okay, have a good dinner. Teleport crystal, where are you? In there. We'll just ignore the quest for a moment while I go grab that. And there's more than one crystal down here. And it automatically forces you in the cutscene. But at least I wasn't flying. So this giant snake fella is also sealed here. Oh, are we going to unseal him and have to fight it? I wouldn't be surprised. Yes, but it does not have a sinful form. Perhaps it was merely unlucky to have been caught in the crossfire unsealed. Well, maybe it's a good thing it's been sealed here. If not, it might just pop out of the ground and swallow us up in one go. I'll protect you, Paimon. Paimon knows that. You two certainly look like you get on well. Of course, we're the best of buddies. But it's not only said that even constant companions would fail to notice if the other was spirited away by a sprite. These stories are quite common too, yes? What are you talking about? Clover would never do that. I merely jest. If you are bosom buddies, surely some idle jokes will not move you. We shall soon reach the oasis. Come, let us hurry. Let's see. Okay, they're directing me up. I wasn't going to go treasure hunting initially, but if it's in the way, along the way. Of course, I could always just leave the treasure chest behind and then the monsters would respawn.
Cause for great happiness.
Okay, more ore.
Gather.
Zhongli, do your thing. Red Hill Desert. Wink. I saw monsters spawning. What are they? Healy churls.
Allow me. Access denied.
The wind knows me.
Gather, gather, gather.
Perhaps whoever left these behind was also fulfilling a contract.
It's an interesting perspective on someone leaving treasure chests behind. Is this how they look now? How pathetic. Sorish, what are you talking about? Never mind, I just happened to witness the undignified state of my kind. No matter, we should keep going. You see, that makes Paimon even more curious. Let Paimon have a look. Oh wow, that really is a strange tree. The way it's shaped like a circle looks almost like a door, right? If we walk through it, Paimon definitely would like to go first. The Fravashi trees are no doors. You'll disturb the original Pari residing within if you simply barge through them. So it's called a Fravashi tree, huh? But where are the residual Pari? Paimon can't see them at all. Of course Pale Floaters can't see them. They're still trapped by obsessions of the past, that's all. It may not be what they wished for, but looking at the sight of them clinging desperately to this world, how absurd and pathetic. They may look a little strange, but calling them pathetic is just mean. And looking at you being surrounded by so many plants, Paimon actually thought you'd feel at home. I only feel at home when I'm on the battlefield. Only the battle lasting until the end of time can be perceived as true eternity. She might get along really well with Red and A. Now that you're following me, you'd better grasp that as early as possible, Pale Floater. Those Fravashi trees are Pari that fought till the very end against the defilement that had been corrupting the land. Using the last remnants of their power, they transformed into the state that you see now. They exhausted their strength to the point they could no longer maintain their form, and were rejected by the Oasis for being tainted. Legend has it that in ancient times, the Order of Skeptics would hold a ritual of purification for them, so as to bring them all back to the Oasis. But nowadays, there remains no one in the Order of Skeptics able to perform such a ritual. The best they can do is but keep these trees alive. But this only prolongs their suffering. Judging by their current appearance, it would seem they have nothing left but the bitter memories they have to endure alone. Oh, that's sad. In a way, they have also fulfilled their mission, but it was all a meaningless act compared to true sacrifice. So there is a way to save them. Oh, Paimon can't just leave them here to suffer and endure alone like this. You can't? That makes you weak, Pale Floater. Being compassionate is indeed one of great Semrig's many noble qualities, but one cannot survive here with merely a kind heart. Besides, for us Pari to exhaust our strength in the final stand against evil is already the best ending one can dream of. I see no necessity to change anything. Well, that's what you think. Perhaps they have a different idea, you know. If Paimon was trapped here, Paimon would definitely want to go back home and be with everyone else. We Pari share no such weaknesses. Fine. Since even my Yasnapati fancies so, I shall wake her up with my power and let you listen to her dimming voice. Exploration knowledge. Fravashi trees. Mysterious plant created by a Pari who used the last of their strength, a lingering Pari with memories of ancient days contained within. You can awaken the residual pari. If the languish and obsession of these spirits are extinguished, perhaps these pari thus scattered abroad may yet meet again in the Sea of Flowers. Ooh, Sea of Flower reference. Offer the plumes of purifying light you obtain from Fravis trees to the Emerita pool and return all the memories of Kavarana back to the flowery sea.
Osmanthus wind.
Aw, they're tiny and adorable. Hey, I don't think we've met before. Are you a Yasnabadi? If you could, would you mind bringing me the Udambara pistols? It bloom from where it cannot bloom. What? Okay, I have no idea, but since it's a quest. No. How? It seems that Source can. I don't know how to do that. Let's see. I clearly don't have any. And I'm not sure where to get them. Okay. Bainari, come along and show me where harvestables are. Because it looks like I need them. Ooh. Hopefully they're not too far away. What are you? Farwick. As a form of Kavarana scattered upon the earth, Farwicks contain that same power and will stick to your characters once picked up and affect nearby great crystals. You can also put a Farwick down where you need it to unleash its power. And ignore that for a moment. Ignore it for a good long moment. See what I can find. Wait, is that just a side quest? Do I not actually have to do that? Oh, it looks like I can skip that quest and do it later. Plumes of purifying light are fragments left behind by entities of Kavarana who have used up all their strength. Only the pari such as Source can retrieve them. Some plumes will free when Source approaches. You must successfully give chase to retrieve. Some plumes will split into many leaves when Source draws close. Collect the leaves to retrieve the complete plume. Is this the thing I need to do now? I don't think it is. Alright, I need to... Wait, more exploration knowledge. Really? Soul Bell. Soul Bell is an ancient relic of the Order of Skeptics, which made together with the pari to use in trials meant to choose human heroes. If used Kavarana in its manufacture, thus can be engraved with past memories. And my food wore off. Gliding and sprinting. There we go. Okay, it says there's a harvestable somewhere. I have no idea if it's the right kind of harvestable. Nope, more of the crystals. But I like crystals, so. try to remind myself to just focus on the quest. Ooh, Genshin stream. Yes. Hello, Terion. I'm attempting to get caught up on the event. Because it only has 3 days left. And I have a prerequisite quest to do. I have plenty of friends list slots. Paimon didn't think there'd be such a huge patch of green on the other end of the mountain. Impressive, is it not? It is our homeland after all. This is a sacred form of the god that has granted us Pari life. It is not just some large stump. That's a god? Well, we've seen other gods, but this is the first time we've seen one looking like that. Because our god cannot be considered alive. 500 years ago, our great god gave all to quell the power of the disaster afflicting this place. But she was stained with corruption, and could not be reborn in a purer plane. Thus her divine consciousness continues to wander the mortal one. Our great god left us with the sanctified Amrita, and the Lord of Verdure caused the jade to grow from that, thus anchoring our god to this realm. The oasis has been nourished by the Amrita, and even the Kavarana that defend this earth gains an unending power by the grace of the Amrita. This god of yours doesn't look too well. She's been trying to hold out against this stuff coming out of the hole the entire time. Her power maintains the seal over the Dark Hollow. I fear that the emergence of the sign is due to the attraction of that evil power. If it were not for the presence of the Harvest Boktum, the defilement surging forth from the hollow would have infected the entire world. But it also due to performing this duty that the tree has deteriorated so much. I do not believe that I could ever bear to be reduced to such a state. That's why I must leave a legacy of heroism behind, for all to remember before it happens. Well, never mind that first. Let's go look for the Zervan person, shall we? If we get the chaplet and fix the sky, that might make your god feel all the better too. Friends list. I have very small friends list. Map, please. Before I went to do the prerequisite for the quest, I didn't even realize a new area had opened up. Continental Explorer. I'll leave my UID up for a second if you wanted that. And take a sip of coffee. Achievements. Use the power to destroy gray crystals. Make your flight with Sorish. Pull upon the power of Kavarana. I just need one more animal from that. Aristobal? Nope. Stop getting distracted. Go do the quest. For the sake of events and rewards. We'll be able to see the Elder once we get out of here. Okay. Drink the frog. Mushroom boar, shroom boar. If you want to send a friend's request, I don't mind. Go the speedy way. I expected that to connect over here by the warp portal. Doing the mint and okay, I went past too far. Ooh, tiny little purple one. Well, if it isn't Sorish, such a rare guest. It has been a while, Elder Zervin. Elder, well, if you call me that, then you should follow Pari norms and cease consorting with those humans, whose hearts are heavy with their ulterior motives. I haven't gone against our norms. I only made a contact with humanity to find a way to extinguish the skyfire, just as the divine bird did. And is that why you've learned all that claptrap about sacrifice from humans? We Pari care nothing for such foolishness. Isn't it our duty as Pari to sacrifice ourselves in battle against the defiling impurity? Await the call of destiny, Sorish. Only humans rush in blindly. This destiny you speak of is a nebulous thing. I cannot simply be expected to sit and wait for it. And that is precisely the danger. The chaplet you seek contains the highest authority over Kavarana. If in giving it to you, I may as well be handing the power of Kavarana over to those untrustworthy humans. Can't you just have more faith in me, Elder? You two, looks like we're being left out here, aren't we? Also, it seems like Sorish loses that cocky attitude as hers in front of Zervin, huh? Hee hee. She's probably just found a weird roleplay. Perhaps she has other hidden facets to her person. That's a scary thought. Well then, little ones, you came with Sorish, yes? This is not a place that ordinary humans may visit lightly. Let me see. Well, you certainly aren't from the Order of Skeptics. You seem to be Outlanders, in fact. I just love how all of the little spirits, right? They call Paimon human. Like, she floats for... Well, I don't think the Aranara did, but so many people are like, yeah, she floats, but that's fine. People just do that sometimes. In matters of courtesy, I suppose you two shall introduce yourselves first. I don't ask humans for their names often, you know. Paimon's Paimon, she's Clover, we're Sorish's Yasnapati. How interesting. She might have had a little misunderstanding somewhere, though. This is the forbidden land of the Pari, the paradise nurtured by Amrita, the shrine at which we pay reverence to our great god. Only heroes who have forged bonds with Pari and pilgrims who have come to genuflect before our god may enter. I shall take it that you are Sorish's companions, then. It has been several hundred years since humans last visited our Sea of Flowers. That said, aren't there a ton of skeptics living outside in the desert? Don't they know how to enter the place? I shall not permit such discourteous folk to enter our hidden realm. In the past, we Pari did indeed fight alongside their ancestors. We even lived here together. But many years have passed and folly has grown strong amongst them. Even the traditional rites have become utterly forgotten. None living amongst them can now forge the Laupa with a Pari. They should have been the ones to conduct the rite of Absor for the three that suppresses the Dark Hollow, thus cleansing it of the filth that stained it. Yes, the deterioration of the tree cannot be avoided, but if they hadn't neglected the rite and caused the seal to weaken, that terrifying sign would never have reappeared so soon. But human tradition is unreliable in this fashion. Compared to them, you Outlanders, blank slates as you are, certainly seem more dependable. Paimon's not sure if you're actually praising us or not, but we're here to... I would guess you were here about the sign in the sky. I doubt that anyone would notice our little nook if not for this great crisis. Well, we were commissioned to deal with the large hole, yes. Oh my, so decides I guessed. It seems that even after so long, the short-lived race is as short-sighted as ever. I mean, well, yeah, kinda. Still, if it weren't that way, would you even need us, Pari, to act on your behalf? Looks like Pari are just pretty nasty as a whole. Regardless, as human heroes have again graced our secret garden, it seems the gears of destiny have begun to turn once more. And you seem to be an interesting human too. That takes me back. Once upon a time, I too traveled alongside humans as curious as you to quell a calamity. Perhaps you really might equal their great deeds. Well then, it's decided. I shall give you a chance. The two of you certainly seem more trustworthy than those blind and foolish skeptics. Elder, shouldn't you put your trust in me instead? Well, as for that, you do know where Rashnu and Mihar are, right? Go bring them here. They should still be enjoying their beauty sleep right now. This will serve as proof of your trustworthiness, and I will be able to give the chaplet to you. Oh, Paimon knows. So this is the kind of seal that everyone needs to get together to break, and then we get the chaplet, right? Such impoverished imagination. You going to stream Genshin from time to time too now? Possibly. And welcome back. But solve the issue of signing of a Pasha, we need their strength. You're welcome, you're welcome. So you don't mind Genshin then? That's good. As long as I enjoy them. Okay. I do like Genshin quite a lot. Let's see. Character archive. So I haven't been playing since day one, but I have been playing a long time. Oh, you probably can't see it. It's since October 7th of 2020.
Osmanthus wine tastes the same as I remember.
And I can't just teleport over there. I think that'll be closer. Yeah, Altarian, I do. I only have 3 friends on my friends list. And technically one of those is an alt account, so 2 friends. Okay. 602. So search. Yoimiyamu. Yoimi. Why can I not say that? Yoimiyamu. Main. Main, not moon. Goodness. Do you do gacha in this game like pay to win? I think technically I would count as a dolphin. Every time they reset the Genesis Crystal top-up, I'll buy that. And then I have just enough Genesis Crystals currently to get a character outfit if I want one. 20k primos. Oh, yeah, you weren't here earlier. I've been saving. For a while. Yeah. It's like I want Kaveh, right? I don't really want Baishu, but I want Kaveh. However, I am very close to pity. Let's see if this goes in a timely manner. Come on. There you go. Yep. That's pretty close to pity. Close enough I don't want to risk it on a guaranteed, you know? I do have 2 standard wishes I can go. You have to build your Skara. And she's already C6. Oops. Popped my mic accidentally. I don't have Scaramouche. I am tempted to pull for Ganyu constellations, but I don't have any, and I don't think I really need the constellations. Just one of those things that's nice to have. But I also heard that Azaha will be coming up. Coming up on a banner, reroll banner soon. Yeah, Ganyu's great at C0. When I originally pulled for her, I was like, I'm not sure. I'm not sure I'm going to be good at her gameplay because I suck at aiming. This is why all the bow characters I play don't really play like bow characters. Yai, then Kazuha, and Alhaitham again. Man, they're bringing back Alhaitham really fast. Eula one? Summer would be a good time for Eula. It'd be a great time for them to give her an outfit exchange. Yeah, it's been a really long time since we've had a Eula rerun. But I bet they would make a great deal of money if they did the rerun banner during the summer and gave her a bikini to wear. She's never had a rerun. Really? I thought she'd had one. Then again, I don't pay that much attention. I skipped the Eula banner. Don't think I need Tignari right now.
All right, let's head off.
Back to the baby boy. He is C3. Zhangli is also C3. They're the 2 characters I'm the most tempted to go for. Attempting to C6. Kind of expected this cutscene to be voiced, and since I was been given permission, then allow me to call you by those names. Do you remember what I mentioned earlier about how we skeptics have always been searching for the Kori drums? It was about them being important items to some ritual or something. Yeah. Well, while I can see that the proper terms were not remembered, that is the essence of the matter. Yes. The 2 of you have acknowledged by Kavarana's envoy, and yet you know little of our glorious history. I fear that you may be led astray by heresies and heterodoxies from the forest. I don't know what heterodoxy means. Sorry, dude, your big words are lost on me. Allow me then to explain the true history of Barsom and the Cory drums. I'll be honest, I am not so concerned with this. When I first started playing Genshin, I had Razor, and I was basically a Razor main for a long time. And in that case, more often, and I still don't have Wolf's Gravestone. Oh, Razor was your main too? That's great. I love when the lightning wolf just appears and ruffles his hair. It's so cute. Barsum's familiar had a preference for music, so we crafted Cory drums for her. During this ceremony, where our bonds with the Pari were made official, 5 drums had to be gathered and played according to scores. Though the Cory drums were tree graffiti. Oh. It's kind of painting over where we have to go to find the drums. Words shall never describe the true magnificence of that occasion. When the Cory drums sounded, all things reverberated in unison. It felt as if their sound could freely traverse space and time. Those who witnessed it were all shaken to the core. Even the elements themselves were stirred. Sounds like a lively time. It's a shame we skeptics failed to pass on our legacy, resulting in the loss of the drums. However loudly we cried out, Barsum's familiar would never again utter a word in response. Barsum's familiar? Is this the Rashnu Sorish mentioned before? Is that who you're talking about? But why wouldn't you respond? I am still going to avoid Baiju's story quest until after his banner's over. Really only doing this quest right now is because it won't let me skip it as a prerequisite quest. This is hardly a peaceful land. That such things would happen is a little surprise. Okay, seems like getting Rashnu back to the Oasis with us won't be easy. That is so, we will need to collect all the Cory drums and play them according to the score. This seems like it's going to be a long involved quest. So I meant to do this last weekend and I just sort of forgot in favor of Star Rail. My apologies, I refer to an elder amongst the Order of Skeptics who left for Sumer City to work on his light novels. Well, I love that. This heavily responsibility would not have fallen on me otherwise. He became a light novelist. He rambled on and on about how warring against the Yay Publishing House editor and opponents in the Genius Invocation TGC should still be considered war, but if you ask me, he's just turning into a ridiculous old geezer. But he's still an editor who knows more about our heritage than I do, so I have to ask him for information regardless. He's reluctant to answer any questions that don't have to do with light novels and card games, though. It took me 3 whole questions to receive a single reply. I mean, that's not a lot of questions, dude. You're just very impatient. Anyway, it took a great deal of effort to gather clues about the Cory drums. Yay, new clues! But if you had all the clues all along, why didn't you go look for the lost Cory drums yourself? That's easy. It seems you're not in possession of a vision. That's right, I'm not. And yet, you're capable of bending the elements to your will. What an enviable gift. Unfortunately, I wasn't blessed with such a gift. So it's good that you are here. I mean, we could save quite a lot of trouble for Lady Sorish with your help. Otherwise, I might have to make other arrangements. But just as I said before, it seems that even fate is on my side. I'm not entirely sure I trust this guy. Hopefully he's as straightforward as he seems, but Sometimes Genshin just drops a character that seems like they'll be great, and then they turn evil. Do I have to climb that for the... I don't see it, so up's a good option. No. Go hunt those later. I might need to shout squirrel every time I get distracted. Although, but if I unlock the shrine... Teleport. I mean, I like immersing myself in the story. Ooh, reward. I like immersing myself in the story, and I like the lore. But I don't remember a lot of it frequently enough sometimes. So it's why I like the Genshin lore streamer so much. You're observant indeed, Honored Envoy. I am inclined to think that monster activity caused the rocks to collapse and thus block this. Well, let's call it a path. But you may leave this to me, everyone. This problem only requires a little spark to solve. Ah, yes, for safety concerns, please stand back a bit. That sounds like dynamite. Are you gonna blow things up, dude? Cleans the stones from the crevice before putting a small package inside. He fills the gap. It is dynamite. Keep him away from Klee. Wait, why is there still a gate in the way? There's always another gate to go through, huh? We used to be able to pass through. As for breaking the seal on this gray gate, we'll need your help, you two. Well, guess it falls on us, huh? Oh.
Solidify!
Rest and revamp. No touching.
Into the wind.
Yeah, I like being able to just shoot the ground with Ganyu. And sometimes even then, I am just slightly too off of where I need to be. And still end up missing them. Did that work? Search for clues in the cavern. I mean, the cavern's small, there's not many things to check. Oh. I guess I need to go get that thing. No? Do I not need to do that with her? Okay. Guess I can do it as this. Hey! Oh, yeah, I just follow it. It's only been a few minutes since I did this before. I forgot that past. Thank you, little sprite. Spirit thing. Seems like something's buried beneath the sand piles here.
Wind strider.
Born of ice and frost.
Pick up the drum. This place is full of great crystals. He looks a bit before collecting some scattered records. It is not too far from what I expected. The mechanism that sealed the dendro drum was once here, but it has been destroyed. There are even some notes here that show where the other quarry drums might have been found. And there probably are going to be places I don't have teleports to. After scouring the land for days, I have finally found the Corybantus. Alas, I lack the strength to retrieve them. As such, I will record their locations here. There is no detailed information on the key contents of this ritual. I have drawn the following inferences from a comprehensive review of the current body of research. First, the element of the Corybantus matched the element recorded on the drum's core. This is obvious and requires only a rudimentary understanding. NMO and Geo drums do not exist. The reason for this merits further investigation. Secondly, the meaning behind the notation. Notation may be divided into 3 categories: empty, half full, full. The hypothesis is that the musical notes refer to 3 types of rhythm, namely pause, light, and heavy. Third, the order of reading, unable to be determined. If the lost drum is found, one can try to read in the usual order, which is left to right, top to bottom. As the elder puts it, when these drums are lost in a single night, the Order of Skeptics was overcome with grief. Losing the drums meant losing the bridge that connected them to Barsum's familiar, and from then on, the young were never again able to listen to our teachings. This was a grave incident indeed. Great effort was made to search for the drums thereafter, but few gains were made due to the obstruction posed by defiled energies. According to the elders, this is one of those locations. But as you've seen, those without the power to combat the brute, the brute might of defilement? It sounds like an odd translation. Those who cannot wield the elements and those who have not obtained the trust of Kavarana's envoy are unable to reach this place. Arvideva also attempted to retrieve the gender drum here in his youth, but he did not succeed and has been silent about the matter ever since. A sense of responsibility, perhaps, or was it pride that closed his mouth? You know, when you said the Order of Skeptics had a terrible relationship with the academia, Paimon thought you'd all just stay here. Not that there's a big hole in the sky, never mind not coming back to help out. Don't you think it's kind of weird that he's just over in Sumeru City writing his novels and playing his cards? Perhaps he can achieve in fantasies what he could not in reality. You mean writing the story of his failure into a light novel but changing the ending? How's that supposed to solve a real-life problem? People need hope in their lives, even if it isn't real. Well, Paimon thinks that sticking together is our best chance of fixing the sky-hole problem. It concerns Source too, after all. Your concern, Paimon, is rather wasted on one determined, destined for so grand a sacrifice as I. I would like to know who taught her about sacrifice, because she seems entirely too gung-ho about it. It's Rue all over again. Or perhaps I should say that evaluating the choices and fates of others is itself an overly prideful act. Paimon Clover, help Paimon out here. We're just here to complete a commission. We're to respect their wishes and wish them well. Aren't we supposed to ask them to leave it to us? I do thank you for your aid, of course, but do not forget, I am the main character in this hymn. Regardless, now that we know where the quarry drums are specifically, we just need to retrieve them. Although the trial here has been destroyed, that may not be the case in other places. Whether they are or not shall be of little issue. Let us leave this task to my Yasnapati. This should be no issue for someone of her caliber, no? Of course, we're professionals, you know. In that case, you can find the other quarry drums so long as you follow these notes. I leave that to you two. Good luck. All right. Remember to record the drum scores on the stone walls. We'll definitely need them at some point. I was going to say, I didn't see that. Where are they? Really spread out, that's where. Really spread out.
Time to go.
Okay, it'll be fine. Nope. I have the Animo Archon in my back pocket. You will not stop me.
No touching.
I wasn't done.
puppy. Let's see what pattern. And just go counterclockwise, I guess. No? Clockwise. Yeah, just go clockwise. Interesting rock pile. Music disc. You call it? Just kidding. To which part? Poor little Haley Trails had no chance. Oh, for some reason I thought these were going to be that each elemental drum was going to have a different location, a much further location for their musical scores. I didn't think they'd be all close together. I mean, I had no basis for the assumption. It was just sort of there. Shakabi, do you play Genshin? I don't think you said earlier. You do not. Okay, that's fine. Oh, no. It's fine.
Picked the wrong test subject.
I'm gonna wait for the healing seal to come back.
Hold the line.
Silly corrosion. So I had no idea about characters or the world or the story. It's long. It's complicated. You only know Paimon exists. Yes, Paimon exists. And when you try exploring areas that aren't available yet, she's like, let's explore this place later. I finished my coffee. Maybe because I play Skyrim so much, I had no time for other games. Kept coming back to the Wicked game. Okay. So you like Skyrim? I will have to remember that the next time Morgan's streaming. Yeah, you really like it. Okay. Which of you are close? None of you are really close. One of my friends plays a lot of Skyrim. And she's been live streaming it lately. Although her streaming schedule is more chaotic. I'm more likely to be streaming on Saturdays and Sundays, though. Let's see. See if I remember how to spell her name. Not.
Where do you want to go next? If you'd like to see Liyue's tourist spots, I have a few
I think I
references.
misspelled Valkyrie. There we go. I think that was it. Nope, that was wrong. I spelled her name wrong.
Wait, what is this?
I will get it right. Slight divergence of everything.
This wine tastes the same as I remember.
Yes, yes.
But where are those who share the memory?
Hello, fruit juice. Welcome in for the first chatting time. Okay. My shout-out command is not working properly.
Boats are made for transferring commodities back and forth. And those that come across Liyue tend to stay a while. So it is where many things come to settle.
I'll have to figure out why that's not working properly. I don't need to pay attention to them. I was Googling crafty survivors and found you on YouTube. Yeah. That's cool. I've only streamed crafty survivors on Twitch once, but happy to have you. So that's her name, right? I can try to find her on Twitch. Yeah, I copied the name exactly because I went to her page on the web browser and just copied and pasted it over.
Stabilize.
No touching.
Well, she was new. I don't think I've fought her before. It's always fun watching streamer play for the first time.
Also fulfilling a contract.
Well, she's this isn't her first playthrough of Skyrim. The bright flame altars, well, meaning to light them on no matter. Do I need to light up all the bright altars before the flames go out? And how do I do that? Hello? Can you tell me how to do that? Game, how do you want me to do that? Gee. The altar once used for skeptics' rituals, you wonder how it ended up here. Do you need to unlock Agriana or something to destroy the vines that block the path, or is it a puzzle? You have to unlock Agriana, and then you water the vines. Where are the other altars? No problem.
Time to go.
She has one of the otter unlock methods. Gotta fight the mimic. I have no idea where these other altars are supposed to be. Does this got us fill here? Well, considering I only found one of the things. Okay. Stamina food. At least the worst that happens is we just... This way, keep close. Really? All I had to do was follow her? Oh, for crying out loud. I totally missed that. New to streaming? Yeah, she's pretty new to streaming. She didn't start that long before me, although I had been doing YouTube a little bit before her. So it's good. We can pass tips back and forth as we learn. Zoom, zoom, zoom. Her character is hilarious. Yes. She calls her character a herbo. And YouTube is finally finally starting to let her post her content over. I'm kind of glad I did YouTube first though, because if I had lost the VODs because which isn't really great at letting you export them, I would have been very sad.
Time to go.
And Fruit Juice, there's going to be a new Crouchy Survivor character soon. Why is there a storm here? Good question, Paimon. Do not be afraid, Pell Floater. Craven, but do not fret. With me to shield you. Hey, Paimon's not afraid. Yes, a Shaka said a new area as well. I think the beach is going to be really cool.
One with nature.
Oh.
Born of ice and frost.
Well, if this trial is nothing but fighting.
Solidify.
The game's so good. It is good. I really look forward to the new character in the new area.
We're way behind.
Gather.
Hold the line.
Into the wind.
No touching.
Proper rotation? Who needs it? Can I have the drum now, please? Yes. Good. Have you encountered the item trader yet? No.
Ah, the air is just right. Next on.
No, the merchant shows up, but not the item trader. So I don't know what they sell. Do they not spawn at all? Like, I've never seen them. I don't know. I mean, once you unlock it, but then the item trader is the regular merchant has only like a 10% chance of spawning, so it could just be really low spawn chances. I see Dendroculus. And despite not going getting the other ones, it's right there. But obviously now I can't have them spawn because I reset just like you.
Brightens the heart.
You didn't have to reset your game just because I did. Okay, is that teleport up or down? Come hide over here and... Oh yeah, it's up.
Clear weather.
I mean, I appreciate the solidarity, but... And I still haven't unlocked Agriana on the reset because I keep dying to the Mimic. I just need to take some time and work on grinding up the attack stuff again. I just thought, hey, this will be more of a challenge if I don't. Your first time was so smooth though. I got worse. I don't know. And Nicholas did worse, I guess. But also, my stats were all higher, where I'd spent more time investing in the town. I haven't really done that yet. It's awesome how each character has such unique gameplay. Yeah! I was also surprised it only took a couple tries the first time. Makes the game interesting for way longer. Then it does. Oh. Game, I don't think that works the way you think it does. Huzzah for the win. Unlike other relics, they always have the same skill sets in battle for all characters. I haven't played too many roguelites, right? Mostly just Vampire Survivors, and do I have to do that for every section over here? No, wrong one. Meant to be over here. I played a bit of Scarlet Tower. Hey, let me up. You've played a lot. Do you have a favorite? Crouching Survive is probably the best. Oh, that's good to know. Okay. Kazuha saving me. Rogue Genesia is also good. I don't think I've heard of that one.
I follow the wind.
Okay. Don't know how people are supposed to do that without Kazuha. Don't need to fight, so I won't.
Time to go.
All the lost quadrants. Then we should be able to just... I was going to say teleport back, but it's a different location.
Clear weather all around brightens the heart.
I think he's asking about the graphical design of Rogue Genesis. Yeah, sometimes the concept art doesn't look quite the same as the gameplay does. Yeah, the more this guy wants to do things himself, the less I trust him. Add it to the list. I might also add it to the list, but I will look it up later. You might have behaved amicably to a cat. Especially if you like min-maxing. I don't usually do a lot of min-maxing myself. It's when you try to get the absolute most optimal build. Like instead of getting a build that's like 90% right, yeah. Yeah, it is a borrowed term from the genres that used to let you shift if you have like dex or strength or intelligence and wisdom and stuff. The original Ragnarok Online, yeah, that used to do stuff like that. It would be like in Genshin, if I had like, it's like choosing all the most complementary stuff so you can eventually become as OP as possible. I like that explanation. It's much simpler than what I was going to go with. I've learned many forest tunes from the Aranara. Man, this guy is really arrogant. Don't diss the Aranara, they're adorable. The principles are the same, this should be no problem. No buts, I have decided, so shall it be. As you say, Sorish, then leave it thus. Oh, are they actually going to make me do a musical thing? Well, like, at least I can't place the drums in the wrong place. Yeah, Crafty Survivors doesn't, I wouldn't really call it min-maxing. Let's see, where does the last drum go? But it'd be more like Dead by Dawn. You know, picking the talent upgrades that you like the best, or that give you the most benefit, and the defensive ones. I really like Crafty Survivors because it focuses on creativity and variety. I like the creativity. I am very bad at the variety, but the flavor of the game is awesome. I still need to try out what the banana tree does.
There are leaves around, and I know just the tune to accompany them, if you wish to hear it.
Yes. It plants a big banana tree that automatically fires at enemies, but it doesn't do any damage. Check the score because I am not going to remember that. Medium light, medium heavy. Alright, did that. I gotta go, sadly, not feeling like I'm in the right headspace all of a sudden. Hope the rest of the stream goes well and have a great rest of your day. Alright, Altarion. Get some rest. Thank you for coming and hanging out.
Wherever in this world I roam,
And I hope you feel better later.
of my home. This blade. It is the last link.
Take good care of yourself.
The land of my birth.
Did I get a friend request? I may have done the ID wrong. I'll check that again later. I have already forgotten the score. This is why I screenshot these things usually. Challenge failed. I don't have a gadget.
This scenery is wonderful. Surely enough to convince anyone to become a wanderer.
These drums were created by the Order of Skeptics. Normal, which will do a light sound. Plunging, which will create a heavy one. Stay still to create a pulse. My Stovric runs before. I always don't like using basic attack. I love the basic attack on Stovric. Especially when it gets leveled up. Empty, half, full, to pause, light, and heavy. Now that I'm utilizing his special, he's so dang OP, freeze and candied. Yeah. I love the black pepper though. Knockback. Hope I actually paused the sound on that correctly. Back. Normal for light, plunging for heavy. Do I need a job for this? Normal, light, plunging, heavy. Okay.
There are leaves around.
Check this crumb. So plunge, attack, no. Attack, falls, attack, plunge. Attack, falls, attack,
Wind Strider.
plunge. Okay, I'm gonna have to turn the sound up. I can barely hear that. Oh wait, I don't need to do that on the stream. Just turn up my own noise. Attack, 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 plunge. Hopefully they don't get any more complicated than that. I always thought it was so hard to do his combo, but turns out I'm... Ah, no. It's fine, it's fine. Always choose pepper and ice, they don't go together. This is true, they don't go together, but... you know, I almost never use this special. I just did this one. Attack, plunge, falls, plunge. Okay. Okay. That's good enough to do the plunge. Accepted your request. Have a great day, everyone. See you guys. You too, Altarion. I hope you feel better later. Get some sleep early if you can, and then have a great day tomorrow. I do not like this challenge. Attack, plunge, pause, attack, plunge. Attack, plunge, pause, plunge. The timing on that, I don't like it. Ice and candy combo is so easy to gain stacks for his special. I don't know about Spice and Fire though. It depends on if you take the skillet or if you take the oven. Because when you get oven up, you can get like 6 of them in a circle of fire, and it does.
I carry memories of my home.
Shush, Kazuha.
This blade. It is the last link I have to the land of my birth.
Timing. Having to wait for that pause is so... Ice candy is easier, you think? Then just focus on the knife and it's over. I really like the ovens, because when I first died to the explodey boss, I didn't really consider that the candy would attack, plunge. Nice and simple. I like all the characters. That's good, that's good. I don't know why it auto-corrected to charm. Because he's charming. And he is so easy to die while charging. This is why everything is auto-attacked for me. Attack, plunge.
Time to go.
I swear I did this one already. Attack, pulse, attack, plunge. Oh, Shakabi, you're much better at Axel than I am. Finally. I think I had to read the scores for that way too many times. Parsons Familiar has answered our call. She must be Rashnu. Don't you think she seems kind of tired, though? Do Pari enjoy human food at all? So noisy, so sleepy. She's adorable, and she's wearing a little mushroom hat. Oh, she should be a plushie. You're Sorish. I recognize you. It looks like she has a little hair shadow. A little heart on her head. That's right. This is my Yasnapati and her companion. The Scav 6, I do not wish to know about these human affairs. Humans and their drums so noisy. I threw them into different places so I could sleep in peace. That's a huge misunderstanding when you say even Paimon doesn't do that. But our documents recorded this so very clearly. You must have slumbered too long here, muddling your memory of these affairs. Surely the scattering of the Corpinance was meant to select those who might clear the trial. With those who could not solve such a small problem, proving unfit to call themselves. For now, for how then would they aid me in my great work of extinguishing? I am so tired, but this isn't the time to sleep. Yes, you truly deserve the title of Yasnapati. She has helped me immensely, but her help alone is not enough. I need yours as well. Ah, I get it. It was Zervin who. She too approves of me, of course. All right, Rashnu. Will you come with me to the oasis? Well, it isn't impossible. Have any questions regarding human business later, perhaps? We can talk later. Perhaps after I sleep for a bit. You've been asleep for 500 years. I returned to camp to accomplish that which I should. Whatever the case, if you'll come with us to the Varkasha Oasis, Rashnu, Suresh will be one step closer to getting the chaplet. Together now? Let's go together. Going together with humans? All right. That sounded like an achievement procking. It was. In Primos. Okay, let's stop that. Can I finally do the event now? I can finally do the event. You should complete the world quest to get the best experience from this event. I don't care. I want the rewards. Recollector's Path. Talk to Sorish. I can always do the main quest line later, but the event is temporary. Well, that was not where I was hoping to end up. Let's try over here. Better. Maybe. Is it up or down, though? No, I don't like it. Navigating the desert is so confusing. Alright, that looks a bit easier to navigate. I probably just turn right around in a circle. It's the exact same location. Wait, no. I'm going to take a quick break for a snack. But yes, I will stream the next Crafty Servers update when it comes out. The plus side of having two different run-throughs, I can do videos on one and live stream the other.
This scenery is wonderful. Surely enough to convince anyone to become a wanderer. There are leaves around, and I know just the tune to accompany them, if you wish to hear it. Wherever in this world I roam, I carry memories of my home. This blade, it is the last link I have to the land of my birth. This scenery is wonderful. Surely enough to convince anyone to become a wanderer. There are leaves around, and I know just the tune to accompany them, if you wish to hear it. Wherever in this world I roam, I carry memories of my home. This blade, it is the last link I have to the land of my birth. This scenery is wonderful. Surely enough to convince anyone to become a wanderer.
And I'm back. I really thought that snake was going to aggro me. But if it doesn't, I might just leave him alone. Thank you, thank you. And as for streaming Crafty Survivors, yeah. I think I would like to pick up streaming the Regolites a little more. And just I'm very bad at talking while I'm focused. And I'm also bad at focusing while I'm talking, so... But I suppose it just means that would be so fun. I'm glad you'd enjoy it. Primon's getting so used to how you look, she can't even remember how you looked like. You don't need to talk so much if you don't have to talk so much if you need to focus. Like, I see a lot of MLBB streamers. That's interesting because I really like Survivors games because I use them to multitask. Oh! Yeah, I'm very bad at multitasking. I mean, I could... ask me to read a book and watch TV and listen to music. I can do that. And maybe talk. But something that requires any level of skill, much worse at. I frequently lose track of the mouse cursor in games like that, and then I was like, where's it going? Where am I aiming? I will listen to a show or a streamer while playing them. Yeah, that's much easier. Mobile Legends Bang Bang. Okay. I was thinking Major League Baseball, and I'm like, that's a streaming thing? Did Mobile Legends change its title? Or is it just a different version of it? Mention the trifles of the past no more, Pellfloater. The thing of greatest importance, the reason we were able to claim the chaplet so easily, was because I am a pari worthy of the twin-horn chaplet. Hence, everything fell into place as it was meant to be. I could be thinking of a different game. But okay, I'm just going to auto the conversation. Huh. Yeah, there was another gacha game I used to play that was labeled as Mobile Legends, but it looks like it was a completely separate game from Mobile Legends Bang Bang. And I haven't had that installed for a while, so I guess it could have shut down while I wasn't looking. Mobile Adventure, yeah. The characters are all the same. Huh. Saying goes, nothing is going too far. Yours is already pretty great. Except they are idle RPG. Yeah. An idle RPG, but also, just a character collector. The Chaplet possesses a great deal of knowledge. She even said that if we have questions, she will answer. We don't even need to go hunting for details anymore. I like character collectors. Probably a bit more than I should. But after a while... But the skins, though... I think they had some pretty interesting ones. Because they are a collection game. Yeah. A frequent exchanging of skins. Their skins are so fire. I haven't seen them. Currently, Heroes of Crown are is the only specific character collector besides like Genshin or Star Rail that I'm playing. 6 training tasks with 3 meant for test flying skills. The other 3, well, they'll need Source to clear out potential threats. This sounds familiar? It is familiar. Isn't it just something we do all the time? Eventually, they keep bringing out like new characters, and then the content gets so hard that you have to start spending money to get the new characters. And then at that point, I'm like, okay, time to drift over to a different game. They have definitely sped up the speed at which the auto playing reads the text. In the Recollector's Path event, you must help Sorge follow Zervin's instruction to discover her role as a Bloom Guard. When each stage of the Recollector's Path begins, Sorge must listen to Zervin's teachings and then go to the specified site to undergo 2 trials, before engaging in a short summary after passing the trials. It'll be 4 parts per phase. Do I have to fight as her? I do. During Tranquil Trail trial, Sorge will need to use the Neruda fruit and the curios scattered nearby to pursue your uninvited guests. I see curios now, I think Star Rail. During the trial, Sorge will throw out unlimited number of Neruda fruit. As the fruit hit the different curios, various effects will be triggered. When the situation gets too cluttered, you can use analysis to summarize the specialties of the various curios and uninvited guests, and thus figure out a way to drive them out. Goodness. I swear it took Claritin this morning. All right. Enraged Fruit smashes all opponents along the path, sends them running. Fire attracts them, sends them away. Burn for a duration. Elemental reactions. Destroy supplies. More destroying supplies. And then just poor little Hurley chills. Healy trolls. You can use Analyze to summarize. Let's see. Go light a fire. Tea. The impression of the demons of Dev dancing around a campfire is a hard one to shake. Cute. It's not really fair to call them demons. And it doesn't look like this is timed, so that's good. This can be a minigame. It could be. Unfortunately, Genshin doesn't tend to keep stuff like this around for very long. Although, I think this one lasted like 3 weeks. I just was very distracted by other things. If it can be set on fire, we set it on fire. And so this is one you wouldn't know, right? Because you don't, not into the lore of Genshin, but these Haley trolls that they're just calling demons, they're the transformed survivors of the land of Conria. Will you run away? Good boys. So it's not their fault. Use does not exceed... Oh. Whoops. I really used 20? Jeez. Even? Well, all we're really after is the Primo Gem, so I can skip the rest. Yeah, it's a sad thing. The Kingdom of Conria may or may not have accidentally created an apocalypse, and the gods cursed the people of Conria to become the Haley Trolls. And some of the other monsters in the world. During the reinforced reminiscence, Source can use memory fragments to check important reminiscences. A Source assists her in finding the correct ones. Once she reaches the correct location, use a memory fragment to match the reminiscence with the actual site to complete it. After the trial starts, the time will start ticking down. Once it finishes doing so, she will receive a hint to help her. Unrestored. Are they all here? Oh, I actually have to view it. Was that it? That was so simple. Is this the last stop for our first day? We're pretty familiar with this place. So this isn't their real appearance well before the apocalypse. Correct. Before the apocalypse, they were just normal-looking people. Oh, that spins really fast. Every region in this game has a god associated with it, except for the land of Conria. They didn't have a god. And so they built... I don't know why they didn't have a god, if people just didn't see them, or if they just didn't believe they needed one or something, but they built robots and stuff. So it's a whole tangled mess. And time doesn't entirely flow correctly in Genshin. Like, canonically, there is some mess up with the time and stuff, so... It's been a... backwards? More like it runs too slow in some places, faster in others, and... there's stuff, don't know if I can describe it that well. Like, where a period of time should take 1,000 years, have it take 500 years. Not always be in the timeline where it should be. And there is canonically a god of time, so... who has vanished? No one knows where the god of time went. Of course, I'm behind on this particular bit of lore as well, because I'm behind on quite a lot of the Sumeru quest line. The Mayotter has long stated the importance of party traditions. She rarely mentions the past in detail when she speaks with me. Instead, it was the Order of Skeptics, who enthusiastically shared the results of their historical research with me. I am skeptical of the skeptics. Sounds like a rebellious phase. But keeping track of all the lore can be kind of difficult. There are a lot of books. There's sometimes the lore is behind limited time events. Like, it'll be summer soon, and there'll be an area called the Golden Apple Archipelago. If they bring it back this year. They brought it back the past couple. The R&R have their own day. Why do we possess nothing of equivalence? I must mention this to my elder. Should I have human offerings of oaths and songs? Yes. So, like the archive. So, like, the weapons under the archive have descriptions. Youthful dreams and the thrill of adventure. If this isn't enough, then make it up with valiance. And then you can click on the little book icon, and it tells you, travels are full of meetings and partings. Perhaps the only trusty and inseparable travelers, companions of a traveler, are the sword in their hand and the dream in their heart. So all the different weapons have lore behind them. The artifact sets all have story and lore behind them. Yes, everything. It is pretty cool. So keeping track of the storyline and all the hidden lore can be complicated. I gotta go. Okay, fruit juice. Thank you for stopping by and hanging out. Have a great day. Do I actually read all of this? Sometimes. I didn't realize for the longest time that I could go into the archive and look at the lore. And some of it's obviously more detailed than others. Let's see, where's the Ganoderma? A plant species that only grows in certain regions and islands of the ocean. Though it looks like a fungus of some sort, it actually comes from a substance secreted by certain soft-bodied organisms. In the folk tales told in a certain land, these mouthless, noseless creatures are the transformed souls of children who died young. As a form of punishment, they must spend endless years absorbing the elements within the sand and sea using their fragile bodies, piling them up and forming sea Ganoderma. And once the Ganoderma are fully formed, they shall be harvested. So sometimes you can stumble across lore that's kind of like Pokemon lore. And I've never actually looked at the food section. Do any of these items mandatory to bigger lore? Some of them, I think, are more important than others. And seeing everything marked new is bothering me. So I just gonna do this real quick. If you don't care about storyline and lore, if you don't read them, that means you're missing out on something. Some are more important than others. I think the item drops you get from the bosses are more important. Some of the materials are interesting. Rare and precious ore formed by unique geographic conditions of ley lines. What did I just do? No, back. But the equipment, the lore behind the artifact sets is more important. Because a lot of this lore is going to be about characters. A resilient flower that survived the harsh environment of an ancient city and is now proudly worn like a medal. So, some of the characters that we can play have artifact sets that talk about them. Although, how people figured that out? Description? Okay, yeah. You click description. A pocket watch that once belonged to an adventurer. It was crafted by a master watchmaker with simplicity and practicality in mind, aligning with the philosophy of the Adventurers Guild. The adventurer spent most of his days in darkness. The rhythmic sound of moving hands was only proof he had of the passage of time. Long after he had grown accustomed to a normal life, having given up the adventure lifestyle he once loved so dearly, this forgotten pocket watch still sat quietly in the cabinet, waiting for his next adventure. I guess that's why they're called Masterpiece. But this is just the sets, and then you can click on the icons to see the individual pieces. And each of the individual pieces has its own bit of the story. And then they all add up into mostly talking about a character. Let's see. That's Lava Walker. I don't know who that's about. Crimson Witch of Flame. So there, I want to say there is, because, all right, this one, the Crimson Witch of Flame, is a good example. A hat once worn by the witch who dreamt of burning away all of the demons in the world. the large brim blocked her sight. Now, the Crimson Witch of Flames, I forget what her real name was, but we encountered her in the game as a character named Signora. I'm having a difficult time with names today. In canon, currently, Signora is dead. But she's also was at least over 500 years old, because she was around at the time of the Cataclysm. And the Crimson Witch of Flames describes her story. It can get quite complicated and confusing. I'm not the greatest at keeping this all straight in my head, so I usually watch other lore-based content creators, like Tefat Historia or Ashikai. Occasionally chill with Aster. Is this still the event? I guess it is. So I do like the lore in the story, but if I don't revisit it periodically, I start getting confused about when things happened. Yeah, that would be easier to extend because they explain that too. They do. And I think there's supposed to be a decent theory crafting, lore crafting Reddit community, but I haven't actually checked them out. It's just easier to watch a single video of someone who's taken the time to do all the lore diving for themselves and then just get it handed to me. But then sometimes the lore is also behind like little pieces of it, right? Or hints and tips or tricks. Tricks? Not really. Hints will be hidden behind weird promotional events. So there's a character called Alice who apparently has the ability to go to other dimensions. And we only know this, we first learned about this because of the KFC had a collaboration with Genshin where you got a pair of, where you got an item that's just a cosmetic item and it's mentioned in the item lore of that item. Oh, that was an awkward sentence. Which I mean, attributes, dressing room, wind gliders. So there was one of these that was specific to KFC. Yeah, KFC items. And I didn't get them. This also really bothers me that I'd have to play on the PlayStation Network to get these. They are so pretty. But the PlayStation items only work on the PlayStation. Yeah, they are just cosmetics, but they come with lore. And so when they brought it to anyone that wasn't in China for the KFC thing, it was basically you had to oh, that's far away. Do I have a teleport over there? Sort of. Okay. you had to be subscribed to one of the Genshin content creators. And you had... What are you? Squirrel. New enemy. Deal with it later. Be subscribed to a Genshin content creator, and then you had to like gift 2... I think you had to gift like 2 Twitch subs. Intrepid Impulse Source must reach the destination within time limit. The more time they have left, the more Corlo she obtains. Get close to the glowing reef to borrow their power and sprint to forward. Bend your AoE. Blah blah blah. Sleet drops fruit also exists within trials. After being hit, your vision will be disrupted. Time remaining will be decreased. Wait, do you actually buy all available cosmetics in this game? No. No, that is way too expensive. I haven't actually purchased any cosmetics for Genshin. I just have just enough currency saved up. If there's one cosmetic item I want, I'll be able to afford it. So if they ever let us buy the cosmetics for the gods in the game, then I might buy that because they look really cool to me, but yeah, there are some premium cosmetics for the 5-star characters, but for any cosmetics for the 4-star characters have all been freely obtainable. And then the KFC wings are the only ones I'm currently aware of that you had to pay for. There may have been a Pizza Hut one, but because there are Pizza Hut wings, which I should be getting soon. But the campaign for the Pizza Hut glider was you had to have an Amazon Prime account, which we have. And wait, really? But there's a Freddy thing over there. Ooh. What? Is this underground somehow? It was underground. The Pizza Hut wings, sorry. You just had to be have your Genshin account linked to an Amazon Prime account. Because with Amazon Prime, you get a Twitch Prime sub, but then you can link... That's cheating fast travel while on air.
If you'd like to see Liyue's tourist spot,
It's magic.
I have a few references.
This isn't science, this is magic. Where are you? Oh, yeah. Oh, wait. I thought there was supposed to be a distance indicator. Hello? Follow the memory. Oh, the distance indicator was because I took too long. Okay. Wait. That makes more sense. Oh. I hate items in game that you are literally impossible to get because they do collaboration. Yeah, that can be, but at least this is only a cosmetic item. And honestly, most people I think probably have Amazon Prime if they have Amazon at all because free shipping. But I don't know. I think they've been increasing the price of that lately. Going in the games I play, you have to buy Honor phone. You have to buy a phone to get the skin? Oh my god. That's kind of drastic. Yeah, no, if Genshin made me buy a phone for skin, I definitely wouldn't do it. Yeah, does leave an impression. Indeed, Waynet must have been frozen in an instant to have been crystallized. The moment be frozen in time. Paimon doesn't want to end up like that. Poor Paimon. If KFC or Pizza Hut or Prime, those are still okay. Yeah, I would have liked the KFC one to be in the US the way it was in China, just so I could just have an excuse to go buy KFC for dinner. Pizza Hut I don't actually like enough to warrant going to buy pizza from them. But if you have Prime, then you can link your Twitch account to your Prime. Because, you know, Amazon owns Twitch. And then you link your game, and then what you basically do is that for the Twitch campaigns, and I don't know if you've ever used them, but like periodically they'll do an item drop. And sometimes it's watch the streamer for so long to get the item drop, but sometimes it's just link and get free rewards because you have Amazon Prime linked to it. And this promotion ran several months, like 6 or so months. You didn't have Amazon Prime. Okay. I don't know if I'm explaining it well, but this one had 8 event periods where you could pick up items. Because you mainly use Shopee. I don't think I've heard of that. But not giving Amazon more money, not always a bad choice. But you just had to redeem 4 of the 8 codes during the event period. And then at the end of it, you were supposed to get the gliders. I used to buy all of my books through Amazon. But then my favorite local bookstore went out of business because too many people were buying their books from Amazon. So I've started trying to make an effort to buy less stuff on Amazon. Completed state of a quicksand eel. Shopee is the same as Amazon online shopping platform. Okay. Reason why Amazon isn't popular in Malaysia, that I do not know. I mean, they probably charge more for international shipping. Also, they still do region blocking. We have much more training to do. Sometimes it's interesting to change the extension on the Amazon you're looking at to see what the other countries are selling. That's the way you see it. Interesting. Do you care nothing for the renown of the Pari? If you're speaking of renown in the way humans understand it, not so much. Whatever you say, the present-day members of the Order of Skeptics are so very dull. I have not been paying enough attention to this quest to know what they're trying to teach her. Quest is that way. Where was the teleport waypoint? Navigate to the waypoint first. And the straight direction is not always the fastest. And a reason to play Genshin? We can jump as much as we want. Yeah, I miss jumping in Star Rail. There were 2 years worth of habits built up in Genshin and then they take it away. I suppose I'll have to give Zenless Zone Zero a try when it's out. I also downloaded Punishing Gray Raven the other day. Should possibly give that one a try. No more than 20. It's called Punishing Gray Raven. I don't know much about it. Got so many ads for it, but no idea. I give zero care for whether or not I use more than 20. I just use everything on all the things. I was not expecting that. I didn't actually pay attention the last time I used one of those flowers. Well, some of you are running away properly. Opponents repelled. I'm glad this isn't timed. I would not be doing well if it were. That's it. Line up. Poor Haley Trolls. They're getting so bullied. And how resilient do they have to be that doesn't kill any of them? They just run away. You think you're a bit sleepy. Well, I swear it's only a bit. Aw. If you're sleepy, you should go sleep. I don't wanna. Okay, check the map. Where am I going? You know what? I think you're right. Good, good. Sleep is important. And all I'm going to be doing is just this one quest. Just for the rewards. Nothing really storyline intensive. And you know, sleep's important. Your health is important. The purple mist in the swamp. Okay, you have a great time. I will try. Or at least an interesting time with this quest. I just want the Prima Gems out of it. Have a good night, Shakabi. I hope you sleep well. And do push so much when recording? Eh? I will try to have a good day. Bye-bye. Almost found it on my own. Don't push too much when I do recording. Oh, that makes more sense. That is much more logical. Whatever you say, Mihir's part of the reason you even managed to claim the Twin Horn Chaplet. Shouldn't you thank her for that at least? Oh, no wonder they wanted me to do the quests first. For such a figure, one stained and still struggling thusly, I'd say she would be worth... It would only be worth any merit after 10 cleansing pilgrimages. 10 is way too many. Wait a minute, on second thought, Paimon thinks it wouldn't be too bad. The path really isn't that long. Though the way isn't long, running it repeatedly does make me tired. I expected an adventurer to be used to such a life by now. It's because of the purple fog. From the name, Paimon thought we would be walking for 10 days and nights. As it turns out, we didn't even need to go that far. The shortness of this trail is making Paimon suspicious. If it was as long as Oceanid's pilgrimage, then perhaps I would respect her. As it stands now, I can only state that the distance of the cleansing pilgrimage suits me here. Oceanid's pilgrimage? After the catastrophe, and a great number of Oceanids came from Fontaine to Sumeru, with the path they walked becoming their so-called holy path. Strange. Why would the Oceanids need to come to Sumeru? Pilgrimage. Pilgrimage for what? I only heard such a thing from my elder. Though there have been Oceanids from Fontaine, I haven't truly looked into it. Saru said was the god that left the Pari. Let the Pari be born. It's honor. If honor is a big deal here, then the thing most deserving of it is definitely... But what's the potential relationship between Oceanids and the Harvest Bactum? Dr. Paimon, though. Well, they do look a lot like Oceanids, don't they? Looking at you carefully. Paimon didn't discover any world-shaking secrets, did they? They're not that similar. Probably right. Source did say that the distance Oceanids need to travel for their pilgrimage is far longer than Mihir's cleansing. But if that's true, does this mean Oceanids are stronger than the Pari? Is Source admitting defeat? I didn't mean that. In all seriousness, the cleansing pilgrimage is not actually tied to distance. It is more of a symbolic affair showcasing a rise and return to form. It sounds impressive, but regardless, it is irrational to brush all of Pari as lessers than Oceanids. Not because of any bias I may or may not have regarding Mihir. Speaking of which, why did Zervin say that the next part of the training was just right for Source? It doesn't look like anything special here. And Mihir's missing. Though she were here, Source probably wouldn't talk to her properly either. They're pretty different in a lot of ways. Mihir doesn't need a Yasanapti. She also said that being forgotten is a good thing. If existence and efforts of these centuries are forgotten, then what was it all for? Maybe that's the question the Zervin wants Source to think about. It seems Source still needs some time. Turn to Zervin. How far along are we? Oh. It's not that I skipped those, it's just that I didn't use as few things for it as I was supposed to. Without knowing, the training has progressed to its latter half. How are things going? There's still some room for improvement. Though when Source tells us stories, there really seems to be some self-reflecting happening. Dialogue is a good way for Source to learn, especially as the people she's talking to are more interesting than those of the Order of Skeptics. After you're being arbitrary, Clover is a remarkable Yasanapti, but not all of the Order of Skeptics members are. Perhaps they do have momentary instances of virtue between sessions of flattery and deception. I see you still need convincing. We will let our witnesses give a review regarding your performance. Of course, that is after you finish your accounting. should be able to glide down from here. Yeah. Are you sure we're going the right way, Sorsh? Stop making such disgraceful noises. Would I lead you wrong? Pale Floater, you could stand to learn from Ariasanopti and her unflinching calm. It's just a fluorescent purple mist. But you don't find that pretty suspicious already? Everyone can tell how dangerous it is just by looking. Such trivial trials, they pale in comparison to the sacrifice that I must offer up later. Where'd her head thingy go? I misspeak. You, Pillflitter, are not as bold as my Yasanopti, but perhaps one may consider retreating at the slightest sign of danger is a wise choice. Right, that's right. She's in charge of being brave, while I'm in charge of being smart. That's why we make the best of buddies, after all. Hee hee, right? Paimon thinks it was a good rejoinder, too. But I didn't give you your title for naught, Yasanopti. Do give praise into my bravery, more pray. Well, Clover's known Paimon longer. When she's not being your Yasanopti, there's nothing wrong with her sparring some time to praise Paimon. Anyway, don't sweat the small stuff, Sorsh. You're not really doing anything that needs especially needs praising right now, are you? My great work is not for the present, but the future. Still, at this very moment, you are being given the privilege to witness where it all begins. If you say so. Speaking of which, we're here to find Mihir, that foolish familiar of Thorns. She must be suffering right now. Wait, is she trapped in there? Then we have to save her. The power of the purple mist beneath us shares a source with the demons of Dev. Mihir's task should have been to keep such wicked powers from running rampant upon this earth. Under the sign of I'm still not saying that right. The powers of the two forces warring here ebb and flow. We Pari should be dauntless, willing to fight till we ourselves are torn to shreds, but Mihir? Heh. I shouldn't wonder if she searches for some way to protect herself even now, conducting some loathsome struggle. Sorish! That's so mean. Wait, aren't you allies? Are you really going to leave a fellow Pari to her fate like that? Cold-hearted little Pari. You wouldn't be unable to help each other out, would you? The Aranar will help each other out. That's right, they're like a big family, always protecting one another. So you Pari aren't like that, huh? The Aranara? Ha, what a carefree breed. It is no different matter saving me here. Perhaps I might even call it trivial, but we Pari each have our own mission, and we also have different ideals. She must have found some position equal in seclusion and defensibility before using a grey gate to seal both the demons and herself in. If she could still move freely, she would be like that Kavarana, begging for aid and prostrating herself before all and sundry to earn pity. Can Kavarana even prostrate themselves? Maybe if they try hard enough? Plebeians miss the point. All the same, the state of this place tells me that she shall not hold out long by herself. How pitiful. Pah, what a horrible sight. To be as my hair is corroded by filth, falling from a spotless to a sinful state, yet desperate to preserve herself. How the elder not bade me come. So after all of that, you do care. Hardly. I merely wish to see if that useless fool has any regrets or not. If she turns back to us and accepts our aid, then perhaps I shall spare her a moment or two. I want to rename her. After all, the flower, the star of the songs of praise, shall seem less radiant if the green leaves are not there to serve it as its foil. The following labor shall be little, but it is still a radiant shard. Yasanopti mine, record it down with a reverent heart, and use even this mote of shattered light to grace your mighty hymn. We can talk about the less important stuff later, Sorsh. Let's figure out how to disperse the purple mist first. Less important, you say? Well, so be it. Mihir's sinful form renders her unable to fulfill her duty, but the thorns remain. So long as I lend them some of my strength, it shall only take a brief moment to scatter this purple smoke. As for the downward path, let us follow that wandering Kavarana we just saw. Well, if Sorsh is so sure, let's try getting closer then. Oh, right, if you feel uncomfortable, then hold your breath. Well, Paimon isn't all that good at doing it herself, so you'd better make it quick, Sorsh. Underestimate me not, Pale Flitter. Pause for a moment and take a sip of soda.
Where do you want to go next? If you'd like to see Liyue's tourist spots, I have a few references.
Alrighty. Enter the specified location and complete the trial. Why'd it stop? Didn't you see it groveling there? Don't really remember how to do this. Oh. Oh. Okay. It's fine. I can dash. I didn't realize I could dash initially. It really wasn't too difficult. I feel like I've done this once before already. An angle then. Yep. Really? I took too long to find it? I thought I did pretty well that time. How was that taking too long? It's so quiet, no one's here. Even if Rashnu was here, it should still be quiet. Quite quiet. Yes, but if she was here, we would need to talk softer. She always has that sleepy look on her face, and she didn't seem too happy when we woke her using the quarry drums. Paimon heard that the quieter someone is, the worse it gets when they get angry. Who knows what Rashnu is like when she's enraged? Then, should that be true, Mayasnapati? Mayasnapati is the one we should fear the most, yes? Oh? Paimon knows her the best, though Clover isn't one for talking. She's still super nice, right? I'm about to get mad for real. Rawr. See, not scary at all. Very well, let us refocus. As you behold, this tree is called Barsum, and Rashnu is its familiar, though she is absent right now. And nothing. There's nothing more to say of Rashnu and the Barsum. Feels like you were hiding something. Right, about the quarry drums. Hiding? Absurd! As for the drums, haven't you already seen them in use? Speaking of which, Paimon remembers Rashnu saying that she's the one who threw the quarry gems elsewhere. That really surprised Nasajuna. If Paimon recalls, you were really nervous then and didn't respond to questioning. The way it looks now, the Order of Skeptics archives are really off the mark. The playing the drums did wake Rashnu. Paimon seems to understand why Zervin doesn't trust the current Order of Skeptics. Thanks, Sorish. Did they really help? The clues they give are half-truths at best. The current generation of the Order of Skeptics indeed does have some lacking members, but like a tree, no matter how many leaves flourish, there will always be some that will shrivel and dry. Once these dry leaves break and scatter, those that will remain, they will be the ones that can be relied upon. Yes. How did the Order of Skeptics become like this? I also want to know. It is because I have been with the Order of Skeptics too long that I grew unable to discern their gradual change. Only when I began to speak with you and other outsiders did I realize the Order of Skeptics had changed. It has been a few hundred years. Besides their name being the same, they must have cycled through a few generations of different members already. Will the fame I seek, the fame I wish for the Yazanapti to eulogize for me, also erode into this, with everything changed, carrying only a hollow title for others to recall? Is that what my elder wishes that I learn? No, it shouldn't be. But... Sorish, there's no need to be down. Maybe Zervin didn't mean that. Seeing Sorish so depressed makes Paimon feel like she did something wrong. Maybe we should have Zervin cheer her up. I don't think Zervin wants to cheer her up. We are back, Elder. Oh, Sorish, you appear weary. Did you find an obstacle to your progress? Should we call it an obstacle or a sense of confusion? Recount what was said during your talk. I see. However, the records of humans deviating from actual reality isn't anything new. There are forgetful and prejudiced people, after all. Considering how vast and complex the affairs of the world generally are, observers might be able to get an overview of the major details, but not be able to grasp the minutiae. Those present during said affairs might be direct witnesses, but still find themselves unable to move beyond their personal subjectivity. Oh, that doesn't feel very comforting. Oh, so you wish for me to provide some warm words to placate Sorish? Did you forget that this is part of her training? To be able to overcome problems by oneself, that's the point of training, right? Paimon guesses that makes sense. If Sorish cannot meet this task successfully, then all that can be said is she is unworthy of the title of Boomguard, and will not be able to bear the weight of the twin-horned chaplet. And when the time comes, gentle though I am right now, I can only do what must be done, no matter how cruel. Will you take my chaplet from me? As for the punishment for failure, I suppose you will discover that yourself, should you truly fail. So, if Sorish doesn't want to be bald, she better try extra hard now. Okay. At least it's still by ones with the teleportal in there. Yes, Shangli, we know. Almost done. All the same things. 25 narrative fruit, so there's more of them. But that's okay. Again, I don't really mind not getting every single reward, as long as I just get all the Primo Gems. Roll them over. How did I miss? And again. Okay. Just go destroy other things. Worry about timing after. Can I destroy the huts? No. How was I supposed to time that? Oh, are they going off to seek shelter and then I do that? That seems kind of cruel. Mm-hmm. Light the cooking fire. Directly knocking on them doesn't work. So I just have to time it when they walk by. This should be the last, right? Yes. Hey, almost. Almost didn't use too many. And Recollector's path is not too far away. Person. Oh, was I supposed to? Oh, wrong way. Go down. I'm bad at navigating here. Trial success. It has long been a familiar sight to me, but now I feel only conflicted thinking about it. On the bright side, this maybe means that Sorish has matured. I know not if this is growth or decline instead. Cheer up, Sorish. It's not like you to get so down. Right, since we're already here, why don't you tell us about the early history of the Order of Skeptics? Although things are the way they are now, there must have been a point to their establishment, right? Otherwise, Zervin wouldn't have helped them, and you wouldn't have been drawn to them. Very well. If you wish to listen, I will speak. However, you must know that my birth came after the Order of Skeptics was formed. What happened prior is but hearsay to me as well. It is said that, before all that transpired, there were some of absolute purity and virtue who attempted to spread the word that catastrophe was imminent. But carrying a message does not halt the coming of ruin. Soon, darkness washed over the lands as roiling tides, drowning all that lived in fear. Just as we saw the Setek Wenut, even the strongest creatures were crystallized, perishing during the event. Comparatively, with how soft and weak humans are, the resulting scouring cannot be considered a personal failing. But some individuals arrived, rushing into the maelstrom that was the calamity. Were these people the First Order of Skeptics? Indeed. Their leader was Nagarjuna. He once was a researcher who worked in the depths of the woods, but he put roots down here to help alleviate the aftershocks of the catastrophe. Yes, and there was another one with golden hair. Though my elders spoke little of him, he should count as an interesting individual, I think. It's a real shame he only lived a few hundred years ago. If he was still here, Paimon would love to see him meet Crimson Clover. Then we can see who's more interesting. Why are we competing? Golden-haired person was probably the twin. Following this, after my birth, the after effects of the catastrophe stabilized. So Sorish had nothing to do then? Not entirely, as the filth will never be fully eradicated. It's just that noble sacrifices like the one made by the divine bird Simurg were no longer needed. What's more, such duties have already been performed by Mihir, Rashnu, and other Pari predating me. After Nagarjuna, the elders slowly broke off contact with the Order of Skeptics. However, the skeptics themselves remained ever interested in us Pari. But I suppose this is nothing strange. To them, after all, we Pari are heroes worthy of songs and odes. The strong feelings of admiration we inspire are more than deserved. During that time, I often heard them loudly singing their poems and odes, and with the passing of time, the scenes of the divine bird's sacrifice grew ever more vivid. Yet my elder treats this as if it is a paltry thing. It sounds like Sorish got buttered up by honeyed words. What? No, impossible. I clearly wanted to imitate the divine bird because I was moved by its passion and will. The only reason I associated with the Order of Skeptics was because they would tell me about the happenings of years past. Of course it wasn't like they didn't heap on appropriate amount of praise on me. It's the same story, but told in an exaggerated way to get people's attention. Even Paimon likes listening to exciting stories. Oh, but if their intention was to record actual history, then they definitely did something wrong. Indeed, regardless if it is I or the humans of the Order of Skeptics, those who condition themselves to accept hyperbole as ordinary will see themselves become like this. The Order of Skeptics' archives were no longer simple truthful records. Instead, they were filled with all manner of embellishments and subjective opinions. And, unknowingly, I began to put renown beyond action itself. Looks like you finally get it. She seems more energetic than she was when she came here. Isn't this a good thing? Now Zervin won't be asking to take the chaplet, will she? Your training is almost at its end. You definitely win Zervin's approval. You look much happier than when we last spoke. It seems things have gone well. From what I've learned doing these tasks, I have grown. For now, you are worthy of being called a Bloomguard? No, not yet. There is still a final problem of the tasks that I need to complete. Until all the tasks are done, until your respect is earned, I am not finished. Only then can the twin-horn chaplet truly belong to me. Oh, looks like you're actually beyond your rebellious phase after all, just as was claimed. Elder, you still remember that? Forget, I beg of you. Regardless, it's good to see your spirits have returned. Clover, Paimon, please be witness to the truth of whether Sorish is worthy of the twin-horn chaplet. Then I will await you at the end. See you soon. Rewards, please. Dexterity and speed are both essential to flight. If one achieves mastery of both, one shall be able to go over all obstacles and obstructions in short order to handle each and every abnormality in the Bodhikasha oasis with ease. Proceed to trial. Hopefully that's not too difficult to get to. It's fine.
Time to go.
We'll just inch our way over there. Maybe I should add Zhao to my exploration teams. He does climb faster, doesn't he? I think that's what he did. Reach within the speed limit. Which they give a really long time limit.
Clear weather all around brightens the heart.
I wonder if there are extra just in case I miss one. Just gonna have to not miss any. It's okay. We're just after the primos. We don't have to worry about the gold. Four more. And we got them all. Kinda thought I'd miss one near the start. Not sure which the best way to get over there is. Try this one. Get the rock.
Solidify. Time to go. Yeah.
I think having to glide off the edge is better than having to climb up something. Of course, I'm probably just missing the little things that you can hook onto to pull yourself around. Ruin Drake.
Gather.
I was gonna ignore you, but you're directly in the way.
We're way behind schedule.
God, you don't tell me that.
Beautiful treasures are a cause for great happiness.
I know it was way behind schedule. I don't need the reminders. And where are you? Was I way off base or something? That's worse? No, not... Okay, where? The Tanigi Hollow. This was the epicenter of the disaster, though all seems calm. It's not hard to think of how things were then. These crystals are huge, a lot bigger than even Wennet, and to think it's Sorish's responsibility to handle future problems here. Is this not the most essential duty a Bloomguard should uphold? In addition, Sorish should also expect this of herself. That's what they say, anyway. Do you not trust me? I didn't realize I was at the stage that even the pale floater thinks so little of me. Whoa, her arrogance makes a grand return. Not sure if that's a good thing or a bad thing. Why do both of you still harbor such doubts in me after our time together? My pride has never been born of blind arrogance. You should be well aware that I fully understand my past mistakes. Before, I placed reputation above action, but now, as I have learned, this is an act of pure neglect. Just as Semrig became the divine bird through her sacrifice, I will become the Bloomguard by my deeds, and hear my name rightfully sung in praise of my service. Additionally, I have completed all the assignments you've given me, Elder. Now, even you must admit I am one worthy of the title Bloomguard, worthy of the twin-horned caplet. I have indeed have no objection to the choice made by the Kavarana. What? Did you expect me to object? No, I merely did not expect you to agree so easily, Elder. I expected a few rough words at least. I'm not nearly so vicious. About the responsibilities of Bloomguard, I did not actually gain any knowledge from the caplet. Is this because I still don't embody the traits of the Bloomguard fully? Do I still lack training? For this, the title of Bloomguard might be inherited, but the duties are always variable. I see. To state it simply, there are no fixed rules, and even more, there are no specific judging standards. Usually, the Kavarana's choice is final. Huh? So you're saying... I will not be taking the twin-horned chaplet from you. Will not or cannot. Yes, as Zervin said herself, the Kavarana's choice is final. That means that Zervin can't change it either, right? Oh, you really think so? That's a little scary. I understand. This must be part of the test. Seems like Sorish is having an epiphany. You're a forgetful one, Pellflutter. I just said it. To pass these tests besides competence and observation, the most important thing is understanding my past mistakes. Even if the outcome was already determined, would it not be retreading the path of folly if I cast aside all that I have learned during the training? So I think this must be the last test my elder has left me. To be a worthy Bloomguard is but a simple task. This is a sign of your complete trust in me, Elder. I didn't expect you to see right through me. The Kavarana chose well. But your changes, I suppose Clover and Paimon bear some credit for that. Indeed, my esteemed Yasnapati and the Pillfloater are both beings of merit. Though I wish to say that I am potent enough alone, I believe that with their aid, the extinguishing the sign of a Pasha will be no difficult task. How very reliable. Don't forget, Mihir and Rashnu will also be there to assist you. Worry not, Elder. Leave everything to me. Paimon keeps thinking that Zervin might have planned this, but seeing Source this happy, Paimon can't really complain. And that should be the end. Nope. Don't do that. You're already there. Get them rewards. So while I didn't get the Mora and the ores, I don't really currently need the Mora or the ores. So I have all of the Prima gems from the event. And that really was all that I was aiming for right now. But I still have my dailies to attend to. Which means before I forget that I should swap back to my friendship farming team. Not you, Yale.
What's wrong? Are you in danger?
Here we go. Shunkichi, the deadline to turn in the manuscript is tomorrow. No more delays. Same argument every time. Still, I wouldn't be surprised if they snuck in a new person for him to go talk to. Like so far, I think we've seen the smithy and the guards. Honestly, those are the only two I can remember, but I wouldn't be surprised if they snuck in like cooking or something. Or the fireworks place. So we can more random ideas. Kitty. Hey, kitty. I want them to put in an option of petting the kitties. I do prefer the smithy to the guards, though. Makes running back and forth much shorter. Again, that. Yeah.
Shogun must have her reasons.
I keep it.
Please.
Mhm.
These are all the snacks I have. Please let me grow up faster.
Oh, Shoda. I thought he was saving all of his snacks for his favorite manga to come out. I keep expecting a achievement to come out from visiting all the shrines for him, but either I've done it in the wrong order, or I have forgotten to visit one.
There you are, eavesdropper.
Solidify!
Eavesdropper. I'm not eavesdropping. I don't think I've ever done any of these quests while having English language on, so I didn't know what they said. And I forgot Sorsh was with me. If she's a permanent pet and that mechanic's a permanent thing, I wonder if there are going to be daily quests with her involved. Might be fun. Is this not the supply one? No, it's not the supply one. It's go beat the people up one. Goodness.
Born of ice and frost.
My apologies, little bandits. I thought I just had to steal from you, not that I had to kill you.
Access denied.
Gather! To the ferry. Finally.
Does sound much sadder hearing that one in English. Oh. And there's the still supplies ones. And at least this one is stealing from the Batui. This one's either just the path of patience or the path of making sure they outdie very quickly. They don't really give rewards for with this quest, so at least I don't think they drop any body parts. Any insignias or anything. Okie dokie. Turn that in. I think I will call it a day after that.
Ad Astra Abyssosk. Welcome to the Adventurers Guild. Thank you for completing today's commissions. Here is your reward.
Thank you, Catherine. Alright, I didn't see if I got anything from the battle pass. And I haven't bothered with the Spiral Abyss. Don't really feel like bothering with the Spiral Abyss either.
Today's recommendation is the steak.
Alright. I think that's enough. I did not expect that prerequisite quest and the...
Boats are made for transferring commodities back and forth.
Shush. I didn't expect the prerequisite quest to take so long. Definitely not going to do that on any of the alts. But thanks for coming out and hanging with me. And I hope you have a good day. And I will see you next time. Bye-bye.